Is that time again, everybody. Welcome to FPL, the FastPoint lead. My name is Max Formal. Joining me, it is Critty, a person we're going to be relying on quite a lot for tonight because we have 16 teams in a very familiar Swiss format. 8 of them will be going through, 4 of them invited to play, 12 of them got through open qualifiers. It's a big old mess of teams, of duos, and I'm excited to see how it all pans out.
Yep, that is going to be the case today. Looking forward to the matches. Of course, if some of you were able to catch some of the POV streams for the Open Qualifier, then you got a bit of a glimpse of what is to come. But of course, now people are even more prepared. They know what they played against, who they didn't play against, and now they get to show their full might, at least in order to, get through the group stages. Because otherwise, there's no point in the further of the tournament. You got to get to the playoff to continue playing.
Exactly, and I love it. I love Swiss. Like, this is, in my eyes, the best way to narrow things down from 16 to 8 because every team is going to get multiple chances to advance. You're going to be playing against a lot of different teams. We're going to be seeing a lot of fun matchups. But to do a quick rundown of how exactly this works for those who might not be familiar, the simplest way of putting it, win 3 matches, you qualify into the quarterfinals. Lose 3 matches, your day is done. You're always going to be going up against someone of the equal record as yourself, so you could bet 1, 2, 3 games in easy claps, or it could be a back and forth tumultuous day that goes all the way. Either way, we're at least going to be bringing you 5 matches here tonight.
Yeah, that is indeed true. Maybe we will get a glimpse of some other matches if some matches end up being, a bit more of a one-sided affair. And that might happen in the first round matches, where usually, of course, you go first seed goes up against the 16th, the usual Swiss start. But afterwards, we will get more even matchups, and hopefully we'll go all the way. It is best of 5s, of course, with 5 maps, and I hope we get to see all of them in motion, because some of them definitely are more unique than others. Some of them definitely will be nail biters until the very end, until they cross the finish line. So all of that to come, but of course, with 8 matches to come, well, we only can start with 1, to be honest, and that would be Gravotti and Pivo for the day, at least for the first round.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, coming into it. Is none of our invited teams in the first match, so we're not seeing them just yet. It is 2 teams that got through the open qualifiers, but as we were talking about before coming into this one, Critty, these teams have, a very interlinked history, it feels like.
That is indeed true, because technically on both sides, well, speaking of the players, Gravotti is sort of the second team of the Gravity. It has Beta Toast and Nasty, and the other side you have Pivo's team, which is Enkan and Bordrov. But the fun fact is that Beta Toast and Henken played together as what was it, the Gravity X Pivo or Gravity X Pivo team in the World Championship qualifier, so they know who they are coming up against. And they were both really good. Of course, Beta Toast was more of the lead, lead singer of the group, but Henken, provided when he needed to, and sometimes even more than some people expected to. So looking forward to them facing each other today as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give them credit. They did get through that wild card round. They did make it to the main event, I'd like to call it, even though they didn't quite crack that top 10. The point is, these are very, very competent drivers. So when we do get into this one, if I'm making a prediction, I can't go against Betatos right now. Something's telling me that they're going to be the one to watch out for, so I'm kind of leaning more to that side.
Yeah, it is. Of course, they do have partners in crime as well. Betatos having Nasty and Henken has Wardrov, and Wardrov, both of these drivers are also very notoriously good as well. I've seen Nasty play recently. There was the, if my memory serves me right, there was the Ice League, where the Premier Ice League, where Nasty also played, and he definitely had the pace for it, but sometimes the consistency wasn't there. But that was all ice. This is now the classic mixed. You have dirt, you have grass, you have road, you have water, you have everything in between depending on the map. So I'm curious to see how he does in this environment as we go on.
The one thing we don't have, the one thing we don't really have is ice. Like, there's only 2 ice turns on one track here today. The ice is missing.
But that's the usual. Every competition has a tokenized map. That's the usual case. You can have 20 maps, 10 maps. There's always just one ice map, just to have a token one. So nobody can complain that not all surfaces are displayed.
I don't know,
just
but I
have that
feel
one.
like it is a nasty turn too. Like that ice turn. I believe it's on Wavelength. What's the name of the track? But all I remember is that turn. Not the easiest one in the world, and I could see it throwing some people off as they're looking for those ideal lines. But yeah, it will be fun to see. Of course, of the 5 tracks, it is going to be a track draft to see where we go. A higher seed, I would assume, gets the first and possible third pick on that one. Normal Trackmania World Tour rules in this, so 2 teams of 2, first to 10 gets the win, best of 5 wins the round, and when you win, you stay in that upper bracket, better chance to make it through into the quarterfinals. Do you have a prediction for me?
For the time being, of course, I'm always on Betato's side as you were as well, knowing that, I expect him to be the one that is always, in first place contention. So he's going to be a very annoying opponent to play against because he's fast and he's going to be extremely annoying to take out if he's consistent as well. So that is my problem. And the only nasty, all he has to do is be third or, just keep within distance and they will get the points, Simple as that, And that is the case. So I'm leaning with you on that, with Cravotti being the one to take it for me.
So am I supposed to, like, this, again, this you could call it ignorance. I always like to read things as I say. We're supposed to add the V sound. It's supposed to be Gravoti, not Growoti.
Oh, Grovoti, I guess, should be. It's the play on the words of Ovo. The play on the cute emote, Grovoti, Ovo emote. You see it in chat as well. Marina displaying the emote very nicely as well. So that is one way to say it. So I assume it's Grovoti, of course, as it is there as well. But it's just a play on the cute emotes, I guess.
Yeah, it is. It's a fun name. It's a cute name. It's a fun name. Also coming into it as we're getting ready to go, I imagine it's only a matter of time right now. I believe the drivers are kind of doing their selection.
They are doing their pick phase at the moment. We see as well as it is done as well. We see that they are doing it in in-game chat as well. So Gravoti picks Wavelength, Pivo picks Frozen Waves, Gravoti picks then the peer map, with the word that we cannot pronounce, the Veoj peers map, and then you have perfect as the 4th map, and the random map left over is caution. So that will be the exact map order to be played. So we will see the ice map, Frozen Waves, So that will be on the chopping block. So whether we go from there is another question, of course.
I feel a little bit justified seeing Caution go last because we were talking about before coming into this one. I hate the risky finish on Caution. Like, it's the complete blind jump, eyes closed, hope you hit it. Not the biggest fan of that. So I'm happy to see Caution down there at the bottom as we should be getting started quite shortly. I'm sure we're going to see all 5 of these maps, though, not just throughout today, but like into the next, quarterfinals as well as things progress into it. But if you had to pick a favorite map, what would it be?
I mean, my favorite map would be actually Perfect by Nixotica, because how can you not choose a map that is perfect? It literally in the name of the map, it's perfect. But no, actually, when I look at the maps, the map by Nixotica, Perfect, looks to be like the one that is the most enjoyable to drive. The ending jump, of course, can be an interesting one, but overall, I definitely, it feels the most enjoyable or more satisfying to drive. But that's not the map that we are starting off with, at least for this first match.
Now we're doing Wavelength first. A lot of plastic, a lot of transitions, and a couple sneaky little traps where you could find yourself hitting a little bit of water and then completely losing control. This map is very flowy and very punishing, I feel like, if you just miss up one transition and lose all your speed. It definitely is a challenging one to look at. Consistency should be rewarded either way. Let's kick it off. Round 1 begins.
Yeah, and it indeed begins. So we have the players on your screen, Pivo, Grovoti, and we see that at the moment, at least Pivo off to a solid start. So we have a nice overview of the back end of everybody involved. as we go through the sections here. This is a corner that you are most likely going to lose the gear, but you do not want to push the outside line. But you can see that Wardroff is just zooming away in the early beginnings, and everybody else is trying to catch up, to be honest.
Yeah, it's actually a really good stop for Wardroff. Unfortunately, in the back, you can see Henken kind of falling a little bit behind, but a lost gear, it looks like, on Betatos might wind up costing Grovity the round. So Henken will move up into P3, and Betatos, a solid 3/10 behind, is going to have to rely on a mistake, but with no one kind of touching the drink, it all comes down to the finish. It is going to be a risky finish for 3 of our drivers, but the big thing was Henken had to go down low, so we get a draw.
Yeah, it is a draw. Betatos did clip the hole in the early part. That was the reason for the time loss. But yeah, but I know this map like the back end of my own house, because this map was also used in the Baltic Trackmania Cup, which I played as well. This is sort of a remaster with the fixes and adjustments made to it as well. And there's a lot of cases where in the end you saw Henken do exactly what can happen to a lot of people, is you push it a bit too much. And Wardroff shows what happens with Beta Toast if you touch the outside dirt and you don't have the speed for the transition. So a bit uncomfortable part there. As soon as you touch any part of this track, it immediately says like, oh, you have a transition. Good luck, sir. Have a nice day.
It was like I said at the start, I think out of the 5 tracks, this one can so easily be the most punishing because the lines are so narrow, because maintaining that momentum is so important. And out in the front, Nasty had themselves a nice lead. Unfortunately, it won't result because they flubbed the ending, and all of a sudden we're getting an ace. Piwo putting it through.
Yeah, and it is a map that they picked as well. So it is for Krovoti to be more exact. So Pivo off to a good start on their opponent's map pick. But of course, it's hard to say because it can turn around so easily. And we can already see that they are close throughout the entire round, until you come to sort of this part, you know, the third part here, where people want to push a bit too much. You know, you gotta get more speed now. See, Wardroff touches the wall there. You want to get as much speed out of that transition or that turn there as well. But Henken is the one that has to now sort of keep the dreams alive and keep the distance alive, because if he makes a mistake, well, it's an ace in return.
I mean, the good thing for Wardroff as well, though, was they were able to make that next transition, and which means they can scoop up anybody who falls behind. Case in point, just saw Nasty kind of make a mistake right there. But Wardroff also flubs on the plastic, so Nasty is able to take that position nearly back. It looks like Wardroff's just holding it for now, but Nasty could be able to lunge it to the risky finish. Piwo barely holds on to win the round.
They are really testing the limits of this track, and they are really a bit struggling at the moment, but it is, of course, understandable as well. They are trying to push it to the very limits, of course. The interesting part about these teams, of course, as we mentioned before, they both played the open qualifier, but the fun fact is that Krovoti got through here from the upper bracket, while Pivo had to go through the lower bracket in order to make it to this event. So, you know, in that sense, you know, you would look towards Krovoti being the favorites, you know, but the scoreline at the moment doesn't look to be that favored. But, you know, with an early mistake by Wardroff here, maybe more chances for Krovoti?
Maybe. I mean, look, I'm loving the player stats that we can see down in that bottom corner right now. A big issue has been, I guess, the consistency of Goroti. Nasty in particular coming into this one, crashing 2 out of the first 3 runs, but this time looking a lot better as they're just chilling out in front. That said, it's a crazy risky live from Henken, and it nearly pulls off. Nasty will come across in front, and Grover team wins their first round.
Yeah, good stuff. That's what they need to do. But if they keep doing this, we will go on to a 10-10 scoreline. So potential first overtime, or somebody's going to decide, you know, I've had enough. We'll just take the ace, because people could do it. They have the track point, so 1 ace, and they got the first map in the bag if they could pull it off.
We'll see what happens. Again, looking, I don't know what this game calls a crash to be specific, but the fact that there is 0 on Piwo right now, and the fact that they're currently sitting 1-2 as they go through that checkpoint, never mind, that is Betatos. Again, the skins confuse me. We got teams on opposite sides rocking the same skin. My apologies either way. It's looking pretty bad right now for Wardroff, who's kind of crashed out, which means Henken, if they're going to continue to get those points forward, is going to have to try to get the win to get the draw.
Yeah, he has to really push it to former teammates Beta Toast and Henken fighting for those points up in front. Henken has a better line. He will have more speed out of this. So if he can hold it up, but it goes a bit too
No.
wide. If he was able to get it a bit tighter, he might have had a better exit speed going into the finish line. But still a close round. And still pulls Grovoti ever so closer. But that only means that Pivo now needs a victory and an ace. And as to point out the fact as well, the crash percentage there means that if you're 2 seconds away from the round leader, so they have been able to stay within the round leader's time constantly. So you can still crash, but you know, if everybody crashes, is it really a crash in the end if you all finish at the same time?
Yes, it absolutely is.
No,
still
no, no,
a
no.
crash.
It's 2 seconds. We define things here differently. You know, if everybody finishes at the same time, it's not a crash. Just everybody decided to collectively to drive slower.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, fair enough. I guess competitive walking is a thing. That's a mistake. I believe that was actually Wardrobe out in front, which means it was Betatos who slipped up right there, and that could be a problem for Groverty because, again, if Piwu holds on, they're going to take this first map. The pressure really is going to be on Henken right now to hold down third place. They've got a nice half-second lead. If they can nail the finish, it is there. Piwu wins round. No! Nasty sniped it!
He got the more inside jump. This ending has a trick to it. If you're two safe, people can snipe you on the line. And Nasty, it went for the risk and it paid off. But now they need an ace to take the track point. There is no other way. This is what this map is in a nutshell as well. You can be in front, but if you do not take the risk, if somebody's close enough, they can do it themselves.
Well, we'll see. At the moment, Henken is the one who's sitting towards the back and is going to have to try to make some moves. Pushing it up the hill is always dangerous, and, well, it is looking pretty dire at the moment because Nasty is falling further and further back. They're going to have to be reliant on a mistake right now. Betatos doing their job, but another little bonk from Nasty might spell disaster on this one. All we need is one of the cars on the red side to cross that finish line in third place, well, in second place or higher, realistically, and it looks like they're going to get second and third. Final jump will do it, and no snipes this time. Piwo does get the win.
Yep, they only needed one of those to be in second position, and exactly what they do. 8-10 on the board means that Pivo take the first track point on the map pick of Krovoti. So interesting stuff to say the least. Now, if that will continue, is if they get this next map, they are in a perfect position, because if they get 2-0, that means that Krovoti have to reverse sweep them in order to win this match. Of course, you can see that on your screens for a moment. It is Pierce, but we will quickly switch onto Frozen Waves. But that is this is the map where I said that this is the odd one out. This is the one map that has ice, the one map that is the most out of the box, would be to say. It's made by Randomize, a very good driver in his own right as well. But this map is definitely, you know, a concoction, you know, the one, you know, a witch's pool, you know, you stir up a potion and you throw in a bit of ice, you throw in a bit of reactor, throw in a bit of water, engine off, reset blocks, no brakes, everything under the sun, and you get this.
I think I was showing it to my friends earlier before, like, jumping on for this cast, and they were saying, like, the same thing. It's like, wow, this map literally covers every single base, and then, you know, right on cue, it's like, except for the reactor down, boom, that's when I wound up hitting it. So I love it. These are my favorite types of maps because it really challenges drivers to, like, you know, you can't specialize in one thing. You have to be good at everything, and you have to nail every single turn as you come through it. Pivo, as you mentioned, they're coming into this one with that one-round lead, which is probably going to be feeling good for their confidence, but leave it for this turn right here to ruin people. Sometime, I don't know when it's going to be, but that turn is going to cost someone a round.
Yeah, that can be the case. Of course, it is helped by the fact that it is a no-grip block there before that, and no-grip helps to avoid any slide-outs. So that turn, if you hit it correctly, it should work 100% of the time. But we know how things work, you know. If things are supposed to work, they never work out. But what is working out at the moment is for Grovoti, because they are in an ace position, because both Pivo members didn't get the best section here. And I feel like this is the map where we will constantly see more gaps, because it is very hard to execute. And it was a map that originally was made on old ice. So, but it shouldn't make that much of a difference, given the fact that it is no grip to be used. But with an ace to start off, well, I guess we're just gonna trade maps at this point.
I don't want to call it too quickly, although Grovity did look a lot more confident, particularly on that second half of this track. So a good start for the side in blue, for the side in red. And, oh, that's a mistake. Hold on. What happened to Wardov there?
Didn't get into the water properly, and if you don't get your wheels properly in the water correctly, then you will skip across the water instead of going into the water. And Wardov skid across the water, and now it's all up to Henken to avoid another ace by Grovoti. I mean, it's doable. He is equal with Nasty, but he has to sort of push to catch up with Beta Toast, who is slowly becoming less of a pixel, but hitting that wall doesn't really help. But it is a no-break zone. I don't know if it was an intended wall. Ooh, but Beta Toast made a mistake, so Henken is actually trying to push it.
I think Henken has a really good chance right here as well. Nasty right behind. It's all going to come down to these last couple transitions and how well he can hit it. And it looks like Henken has done just enough to save the round for the draw. That is, of course, assuming Wardov can get across the finish line. Yes, they can. They hit it. So we get a draw. Henken, hero performance there.
Yeah, exactly what he needed to do. Do the best possible, you know, just avoid the disaster and get the draw out of it. Perfect. It was still a bit close, you know, a few thousandths of a seconds in the end there still. But, you know, as long as you're first, does it really matter? But yeah, but now hopefully, this time everybody gets through the water. So surely a competitive round and nobody has any trouble further beyond this.
I mean, that's a bold statement. I'm not sure if you're trying to cast or curse him, but we'll see how it plays out. Because at the moment, again, everyone's super tight with each other. Every car kind of interlapping in and of itself. And we'll be curious to see if it's going to continue this way until the very end. Up the wall climb. You can see a varied variety of angles there. But the big thing is Wardov is just pulling further and further ahead right now. And this is the little turnaround that Pivo could need.
Yeah, exactly, and with that much of a gap, there isn't much that can go wrong in the end. There is, of course, this plastic wall, right? The entry can dictate a bit of your speed, but overall, this is where the places should not really alter unless you make a very vital mistake in the end, going a bit too low and giving an ace away to Pivo, and that means the score will be equal 4-4. And what looked to be a very beautiful start and new horizons beyond the waves is looking to be a bit more of a crash in the waves. I mean, in Australia, there would be pretty good waves. I don't know about this time of year, but maybe there is. I don't know if you know how to comment on that.
Yeah, no, as someone who is an avid surfer, yeah, you know, we're coming up at the time when actually it gets near its best. Which is, you know, not what we're seeing for Wardov right now. Not his best on this run. Again, having some issues in the water section, finds himself falling further and further behind. Beta Toast isn't doing the cleanest run either, though, so another little mistake perhaps from the Grovity member, and we could be seeing another snipe. But the big battle right now is again onto Henken to try to get the win in order to ensure a draw at minimum. Nasty, though, actually looking pretty nasty out in front. Very wide lines, maintaining all that speed through the no-break zone. It was risky, but he pulled it off.
Yeah, he is. He knows he has to hold on to this first position. He cannot let it go, but Henken is definitely on his case. And last time, Nasty had a bit of a clip on the inside. This time, avoids it. But if he can get it clean here, should be good. But he goes for the wider line and gets it done. Goes for a bit of a safer approach, going to the magnet immediately rather than riding the wall right there. But it gets the job done. That is what you need. And it retains the lead again for Grovoti, but it's a slim one, and it can be turned upside down within one round if Pivo gets an ace, for example.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, an ace either way could be devastating. As oh, that was Beta Toast. Hop, skipping, and jumping his way out of contention for this round right now, and Nasty is going to feel the pressure to go back-to-back coming across in first, yet it's Wardov who has the lead until he clips in the ice. There it is. I knew it was going to happen. That's a big respawn, and now it's up to Nasty and Henkin out in front. Henkin has himself a very nice lead. This is a very sloppy round.
Yeah, this is what I said to begin with. This is one of the maps that will probably have the biggest gaps of them all because it has some of the most unique ways of driving this driving Trackmania, so it will definitely produce a lot more gaps. But you know, Nasty is slowly catching up to Henken. It's not by much, but the fun fact is that if we finish the 1v1 with Henken and Nasty, Water and Beta Toast are so far behind that we get to go back to spectate them, which they are doing now, but Beta Toast seems to have made another additional mistake, so it is going to be a victory for Bevo, and it will be 7-7. Both teams are going to be on track point. And well, Beta Toast technically doesn't have to finish, but you know, went to a bit of a dip in the pool. Don't even know what pool, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and we haven't seen an ace since the very start, so if we catch another one, I'd be a little bit shocked. I like Wardov's actually intro into that one. Took a very different, very extreme line. Might be losing a bit of speed, though, to Nasty right now, who will kind of sneak their way back into that first-place position in the back. Beta Toast as well, riding that momentum, and all of a sudden, here comes Grovity. They're sitting 1-2, going into, realistically, this is the identity of the track. Beta Toast clips the back wheel, but it actually kind of works in their favor right now. They carry that momentum through. Piwo in a lot of trouble as we hit the second half of the track.
Yeah, that is indeed true. They have half a second lead at the moment, and if anything is to go by Trackmania, I've seen it all the time. If you have such a great lead, you're surely going to win the round. So nothing can potentially go wrong, and Henken and Wardrop have to just watch as their map pick is going to be now taken away, because Beta and Nasty are on a very good run as well, so nothing really to take them away. And it seems that, yeah, unless somebody flies out to Narnia,
nope,
that's the case for that. Grovoti immediately take the opportunity when track point comes around, ace on the board, take the track point, and we're even Stevens.
Open with an ace and close with an ace. Grovoti get it done as we get ready to go on to our third track. That's the exact kind of bounce back I think you'd be hoping to see if you're pulling for the Grovoti side in this game. And you know what? Thank you to producer man, SRK. Chose the right match. We got it back and forth. I was a little bit worried. Sometimes in Swiss, the first round could be full of 3-0s. We got a little bit of competition here. That little bit of back and forth is what you want to see.
Yep, that is exactly the case as well. And we move on to the map whose name we're not supposed to really... Well, we are supposed to mention it, but I have still no clue how to say the first part. If anybody in chat or any member of anybody can figure out how to pronounce Velji, I assume is the way to pronounce it, we're gonna call it Piers, just for the sake of continuity and the fact that we just it makes commentating a lot easier because my tongue goes into a twist when I try to say it.
Yeah, I'm happy with just Pierce, all right? English comprehension, not our strong suit here in the booth today. We're not even going to try. It's why if anyone comes at us with confusing names as well, I would implore you to change it to something. Why give a name that's 4 syllables? Just keep it 1. Nice, simple, easy. Round 1, though, is underway on this track, and we were talking about this one before. I enjoyed this track for purely selfish reasons. I'm not great at this game. I was able to author medal it. I think it's probably the easiest of the 5 we're able to kind of come through on this one. But then you spoiled it for me and said, oh yeah, you got the author medal because, you know, the author didn't even try.
Well, I don't know if he didn't try. You know, that's just my assumption. You know, maybe he tried very hard and he couldn't really get a good time going. And you beat one of the best among some of the best players in the game, which is Popuet. You know, so I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to know these days. You know, some people try, some people don't. Maybe he tried, but he couldn't even figure out his own track. But who are going to figure out the track is all of these 4 players, because at the moment Nasty's fighting 1-2 up in front and loses it in the end, giving a position away to Henken, and it is a victory for Pivo to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, the victory did come off a bit of an early mistake from Beta Tuts. Pivo, again, keeping it consistent, and that is something I've been noticing. Pivo does seem to be like the team that's making less mistakes, and you can go through, again, the crash percentage from everyone, because I do believe that carries over. Henken still sitting at 0% crashes. Has finished within 2 seconds every single round right now. And when you are driving at that level of consistency, good things are bound to happen. I just cursed it so hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
You couldn't have set it up any more perfect if we even tried. I mean, technically, he can still stay within 2 seconds, you know. It's still possible if he keeps it clean. He's 1.4, so you haven't quite yet. You jinxed him, but half jinxed him. But what is important at the moment that, yeah, Beta Toast again had a bit of a rougher start, so it is Wardroff and Nasty who are up in front. Nasty definitely having a bit of a good start as well. And I already saw in the chat as well a bit of a question mark. You can see that the car model for Nasty is a bit different. It is a custom 3D skin, and he loses the end in the well as well. It is the original Trackmania 2 model, if I remember correctly. But as long as it's as long as it's not like something like a bush or a giant blimp, it's perfectly fine. It doesn't change any characteristics of the car in any way. It's just a visual. I know some people do it because the newer car has the marker or the number on the back. And some people really don't, well, some people don't like it because it puts added pressure on you. Because you sometimes see your fourth, oh, I need to push more. But some people just, you know, just want the car, want to just do their own thing. And as long as they do that, it should be fine. But it can be a distraction for some people.
I like the old World Tour car a little bit better just because I feel it's a little bit easier to see the actual width of the car and kind of see where the wheels are. I don't know, something about the axles just always feels like you have that little bit more control. Again, it's all for little mental advantages because in reality, all these cars are the same. At the moment, Banditos, though, kind of needs every single mental advantage he can get because, again, finds himself behind up the hill through what is the toughest part of the track. Wasn't able to make up much ground. It does look like Wardolf, though, is kind of slowly slinking back. I'm not sure it's going to be fast enough for a big difference, though, as the round will end in a draw.
Yep, it is a draw, and at the moment, at least Nasty is keeping Crovotti afloat. I mean, gravity is not pulling them down quite yet, but for the time being, at least, they are keeping themselves in contention. But Beta Toast, if he can get that, you know, that's a little bit of a spice going that we know him for as well, then he can be quite formidable as well. But at the moment, at least, if he can get up there with Nasty, I mean, they have a good potential of taking this map. But Wardorf and Henken, apart from that one round where you really decided to compliment Henken, but still has 0% crash rate, they have been riding rather smooth. No real hitches and everybody, you know, Pivo have been riding relatively decent on the map, and it only puts added pressure onto Crovotti. Henken has a bit of a wobbly landing there, but keeps it still going.
Yeah, stays on 4 wheels. It's all good. It's all good. Look, I'm going to do a little bit of projecting here, okay? I see POO. I see their logo. And I just think, you know, how things work out. Normally you're all right for, you know, the first 2, but then it's 3, 4, and 5. So I feel like if I'm POO, I really want to win these rounds as fast as possible before the booze cruising really comes into play.
Well, piwo literally means in Polish beer, so that is exactly what it is, and that's what the logo is for as well. So if you want to learn a new phrase for the day, if you're ever going to Poland and going to a bar, then just say piwo, and you are asking for a beer. At least you know that much, ladies and gentlemen. So if you ever go to Poland, that at least sorts out half of your problems there.
You know what? I'd believe it. That's half of the Polish I need to learn if I ever wind up there. That's good.
There is another word, but we'll keep it a bit, you know, we'll keep it very child-friendly for now, at least for the time being. We're not gonna start absolutely swearing unless the rounds go absolutely mentally insane and we forget about everything. And then we might bring out a Polish swear word. But Nasty has a bit of a nasty crash into that palm tree, though. That's a bit rough.
Yeah. How are your Swedish swear words after that one? Because I'm sure Nasty might be crying some of those one out right there, at least mentally, because Piwo is going to win this round. We're again going to be tied at 7-all, just like on our last track. And, well, Growity was able to put it through in the end. The question is, can Piwo do it this time?
Yeah, but it's 7-7 again, and Kroboti has experience of acing immediately. Can they do it again? It's a bit hard to tell, because at the moment I feel like the ball is in Pivo's court. They looked a bit more convincing, but they haven't just been able to beat one member. Always one member of Corvotti is up there in front to ruin. It's like the Scooby-Doo tales. Like, if it weren't for that one meddling member, they would have gotten away with it. But looking to be that Pivo actually now in a good position, and with Nasty clipping the hole there, it's up to Beta Toast to deny the track point from Pivo and for them to take the 2-1 lead.
I don't know if Beta Toast is going to get there. It's going to be close at the very least. It's going to have to possibly rely on a mistake at this stage. That 1/10 can mean so much. Let's see what Beta Toast has got. Rahai on the dirt, but so too is Piwo. This is where things can get a little bit tricky. Beta Toast has been faster up that hill, takes a very inside line. That gets them up to P2, but they don't have the speed to hold it now. Just a couple turns left. It's all about sticking the landing. No snipe, because Henkin took it as tight as possible. There is your ace, and there is your 2-1 lead.
There is the map point as well, and funnily enough, not a single member or a single team has gotten their own map pick, as far as I know. I believe that this is also Krovotti's map pick, if my memory serves me right. I can even double check. Yep, it is indeed. So yeah, they are literally trading map picks. They're like, oh, you wanted this map? Oh, okay, we will pick this for you. You wanted to play this? Okay, we'll pick it for you. So basically, a gentleman's agreement to go all the way, basically. But we are going on to the perfect map. I mean, if it has perfect in its name, it must be perfect, right?
I mean, some would say that. I would, fun fact, whenever my mom, when cooking, whenever she would burn dinner to in irreparable state, she would always call that perfect. I would say it's anything but. So I'm not sure I abide by those rules these days.
I mean, it's perfection is in the eye of the seer, Maybe your mother was happy, that she perfectly used all of her precious time to cook you all a meal, and that's a perfect experience for her. Whether it was for you is, of course, a bit of a different question. And for Beta Toast to begin with, that hole is not a perfect thing to be added onto the map, as Bevo are the ones to take the first early lead. And Nasty is the one that has to deny a possible early ace, but he's looking to be rather quick already out the gate. So Wardroff, both of them touch the wall, so they are equal in that regard. And Henken and Nasty hits the inside as well, so it is Bevo looking to take the first ace.
Yeah, Pivo in a really good spot, and they have enough lead that they can take this ending pretty conservative as well. Nasty still bonking into walls back in P3, and I don't even know where Beta Toast is at this stage of the map. So put it through. Wardov actually lost a bit of speed, so there could be an opening for Nasty if another mistake happens from the driver up in second. That said, the end of this track, it's pretty straightforward all until this point right there. The risky finish does get nailed by Pivo, and it is going to be an ace to start things off. Pretty good for the team in red.
Yep, the team in red, the Pivo members are enjoying a comfortable start, but anything but comfortable is when you go up against good players. So Henken and Wardroff can take a bit of a breather in the regards that if something does go wrong now, they have a bit of something to fall back on. And it seems that at the moment at least, they do have to do a bit more driving in the last round because everybody's alive. And we are now approximately 25 seconds into the map. So it looks to be, apart from Beta, those two goes absolutely flying a bit when he clips there. So again, Nasty and Beta Toast struggling on a perfect at the moment. It's not going as perfect for them as it is for Pivo.
No, this is so good for Pivo at this stage because, again, second half of the track, all they have to do is keep things on the straight level, and they're going to be getting themselves 2 aces in a row, past the halfway point for winning their first match in Swiss. I like Wardov going for the risky finish just to snipe Henkin. Even though, maybe it risked the ace, it's still all well and good. The point is 6-0 right now in favor of Team Beer. And if they can keep this going into round 3, I mean, I'm really worried for Grovity. They're struggling on this track.
Yeah, it's as much as I said that Perfect is my favorite map, which Nasty is having a bit of a struggle to begin with there as well. It is definitely a difficult map to execute perfectly all the time because you want to be pushing. But there is plenty of sections where you can easily just clip there The transition there is a bit more wobbly, and it all can go sideways, underways, and in every other direction, so it can be quite treacherous. But for the time being, Beta Toast is enjoying a bit of a cleaner round as well, but he's being hunted down by Henken, and Wardrow is in a good lead with a good line as well, but Beta Toast is full sending it, but that's a very wide line. I don't think he has much speed for the ending, but this can go all wrong. Wardrow touches. Ooh, but he still makes it, and Wardrow doesn't. Oh, Nasty even got him.
Yeah, it was a late bonk from Wardov, and Nasty was there to capitalize, so it's only a draw. I mean, and for Grovity, you take the draw, right? You take anything you could get because you're in dire straits, but now we're in the position where Piwo, an ace, gets them the match win. It will advance them to 1-0 going into round 2. Grovity, it's a back against the wall situation. They cannot afford any more bumps, bonks, mistakes, anything like that.
Yep, that is indeed true as well, and it seems that Wardrow, again, touches the outside wall there, so it does leave the door open for now, but Henken, Nasty, survives, but has to suffer a lot of speed and a lot of awkward lines to make it even work. But that only gives Henken a bit more bit more space to breathe. But Beta Toast goes a bit too wide and has to respawn multiple times. And now it's just Nasty who can really do something about it. It will be minimum 2 points for Bevo if nothing goes wrong in the end. And it doesn't seem to be Wardrobe goes safe. Doesn't really need to. Doesn't make a difference if he goes risky or not there now. And Beta Toast, it seems that there is a point now where they look at the scoreline probably and they're like, yeah, it's not looking really good for us, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, they have to push now because it is, well, rally cap time. They have to ace multiple times in a row. And the crazy thing about the scoreline, too, we can't even get into that draw situation, I don't believe. It has to be, 5, 8. Oh, no, you can. You can. If you go ace, round win, we can find ourselves in the draw. But first we got to get the first ace. And right now, Beta Toast is, well, in a good spot. Nasty P1, Beta Toast P2, had P2. Here comes Piwo. They're coming back through the middle. And it's just so tough to beat how consistency Piwo has been.
Yeah, and I gotta give props to Henken here, probably the most. I mean, he's still yet to really make any major mistakes apart from 1 and 2. He's been that
wasn't Henken, it's all good.
That wasn't Henken, that is true, of course. We have name tags, but that was a proper flight and a half, but Henken has to only finish.
Oh no! Nasty flubbed it!
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Even if Nasty got first, Henken would have been second. So it is indeed a GG for Bevo. A bit of an interesting way to make everything end. A few flights there and there, but they got across the line. Bevo take the lower seed, technically. Got the 3-1 win, and they move on to round 2 in the 1-0 bracket. But while that has been happening, we do have a few updates as well. Gravity against Bracken Esports 3-0. Wombo won against Aterna Pivo 3-0. Aterna won against 4 Wheels, or 4 Walls to be more exact, 3-0. Best Hill won against Supple Carry. And we have a few matches still ongoing now, I believe. And now the question is which match will be go. And it seems that we have a bit of an offer for match number 4.
Jungle Gap and Antic?
Yep, Jungle Gap and Antic. So it seems to be a very close affair. It is a 2-1 scoreline at the moment there. And it looks to be that... it's very close indeed. I don't know at the moment. If I look at it now, it's 8-8. And it's a possibility that Jungle Gap could take this map as well.
Yeah, this is interesting. Look, I'm going to be honest. I know we always do our best to be as unbiased as possible. Antic is my local org, all right, in this event, so we're going to be trying to pull for them. I see that little Australian flag, but at the end of the day, they're also one of the invited teams, so the expectation should be Antic maybe pushing their way through, yet with Jungle Cap sitting where they're at. We'll see if they're going to be able to finish on top in this one. At the moment, it is Sven who is out in front, but bonking off the wall puts Antic in an ace position. Win the round, you win this map. And Antic, they've got the ace lined up, good to go. All they have to do is keep this finish clean.
Yeah, they have to keep it going, and it is the Jungle Gap technically is a fourth seed team, if my memory serves me right as well. So they are very high seeded as well, but it seems that, I know Kuda and Spark, that if they want to, they can put in a lot of time into practicing the maps as well, and they are definitely a formidable opponent, not to be underestimated. And it seems that now we are going into the final map. The score is 2-2, and it's going to be a proper end to this match, all the way to the best of 5. This is going to be an exciting. We don't even know what the map is because, of course, we will get a surprise. It's just you, chat. So I hope it's a map we haven't seen. We haven't seen Caution yet, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if they have already queued it. You can. It is Caution on our screens. So if they queued it, this will be the final map. Hey, we've already seen almost every single map then. Perfect.
Yeah, it will be. This will be it. We will have seen all 5 maps in the first round, which is a dream scenario. So let's get into it. Caution. The most dirt out of all 5 maps, and well, like all the other maps too. Like transitions really seems to be the name of the game, it feels like, but it will be interesting. Again, I'm keen to see how these drivers take this. Again, in my practice, I have to admit, I struggled on this one. This one was one of the tougher ones for me.
Yeah, and it has a NASCAR section as well. So, well, NASCAR section as in the final part where you don't really use any brake or whatsoever. You sort of try to use as much speed and momentum, maybe a few releases then and there to make that count, and then just push it until the very end. But we see that currently 7 has gotten a bit of an early start mishap, to say the least. So it is Brawly who has to push it a bit more, and Spark and Kuda are the ones that are taking a commanding lead for the time being. I do know that, just to give you a bit of an update on another match, that the Molotov and Pupmandarein had a very long overtime section as well. I read about that as well. They went like 15 overtime as well. But that's just a bit of an information for that one, because Broly hits the wall and Kuda and Spark. Well, this looks like an ace to me.
Yeah, this is that NASCAR section you were talking about before as well. It's also where I struggled the most, as there was a little bonk from Spark at the end, still hits the risky finish. It's those narrow transitions where you have that slim gap to get through, or I think a driver can be thrown off if they don't have their line down, packed, nailed, whatever you want to call it. Meet the hammer, meet the ace. Antic up by 3. Jungle gap. They're going to need a bit of a comeback on this one. They have to stay in it to the second half of the track, though, because first round they each made their mistakes right at the start.
Yeah, and but now we see Kuda. I believe he actually hit the tree that was right on that corner. Somebody needs to cut down that tree. A bit of a hazardous spot to have a tree there.
And hit the hole.
Yeah, and everything after that as well. But it seems that now Jungle Gap are given a bit of a silver platter opportunity to take more points. But Spark is definitely not giving or letting it go. If he can get first position, he mitigates the worst outcome. But 7 is definitely not giving him an intro mile or any other unit of measurement you can think of, because they are going through the NASCAR section, and 7 goes a bit too risky, doesn't release enough, and Spark is in first position, and that is as perfect as you're gonna get.
No,
probably makes a mistake in the end as well. But Kuda is too far behind. Doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah, that's okay. What's interesting is you have the safe finish underneath with Brawly, and I almost wonder if it would have been faster for him to just go down and get that safe finish.
That seems boring to me. You know, you respawn, you do the risky finish. That's proper and done. If you go for the safe finish, you clearly admit that you made a mistake. But if you don't catch a mistake, we see that you go for the risky finish. Then you got a clean end at least. But this time it didn't work out so well for Brawly. You know.
Nope. Neither did the start.
Also the start. Yeah, that also didn't work out so well for him. So 7 has to do a bit more then.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a comeback for Brawly. Also, just to throw back to something you said before, look, I know I have the American accent. I know this is a NASCAR track at the end. However, we can use meters and kilometers, okay? We can be normal people here. We don't have to cater to any audience, all right? We'll use normal units of measurement. Out in front, it is going to be Spark, though, taking advantage of Sven just driving right off the side of the road. Antic in prime position for another ace.
Yeah. Also, actually, now that you say that, is it actually? Yeah. Is it? I have always learned. I know Seven, as I usually do him, and I have always called him Seven. Now that I think about it, you said Sven, but that also
Yes.
kind of makes sense because the 7 usually indicates the letter S normally,
Hmm.
or 5 actually does it, to be honest. So it's
Yeah, 5
uh,
does it more, but for me, it's just because 7 starts with the S, and it's just like 7 makes sense. Sven is because I was watching old League of Legends clips earlier today, so is what it is. But look, the important thing is Antic Ace, and you're probably right. It probably is 7. In fact, I know you're right. I'm never right when it comes to names. Here we go. Another Ace wins it for Antic right now to put it on through. And we'll see if the Jungle Gap continue to make those small mistakes or if things kind of pull apart from it. I mean, they're even called Jungle Gap. Can I be excused for getting him confused with Sven Skaren?
I mean, yeah, I guess you can sort of have a. You can technically play to that. Play to that card, you know. But at the moment, we'll have to see if there is going to be a gap that Antic Esports can keep, or maybe the jungle gap will be, you know, a bit lessened after this round, you know. But for the time being, at least, Kuda is gonna be. And
Oi!
Spark turns into a speech bubble of all things, and it is now Jungle Cap who are gonna be in full ace position, and Kuda is the only one who can really do something.
Oh, he's got speed, though.
pushing, he's trying to push it. Can he
Nope.
actually do it? Unless somebody really fumbles up the end. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Worthwhile attempt, at least. Worthwhile attempt, but Jungle Cap take the ace, and it is a less of a gap, I guess.
Yeah, we've shortened it down. I mean, still in the position where Antic with an ace puts this one away. Jungle Gap, though, cutting into that lead. They're going to need 2 aces themselves as we gear up one more time. That last ace, those last points, they're the hardest in any game, in any circumstance. And I think we saw the pressure maybe get to Spark that last round. Let's see if they can piece it together this time. But again, Spark a little bit choppy on the landing. So too was Brawly. Realistically, the only one going through clean right now is, well, I was going to say it was 7, but all of a sudden Kuda up there as well, kind of going wheel to wheel. Now it's starting to drop back a bit. Everyone's so tight. No obvious mistakes to start this one off. It's going to come down to the speed section at the end.
Yeah, so far everything is very nice and tidy. We've seen a few fumbles here as well. You want to take this part as smoothly as possible, but nothing to separate these two teams at the moment. This is just gonna come down to the end. This is all identities all over again from the world tour. But for the time being, it is Jungle Gap who are taking the lead. Spark will
Spark's
have a
wide.
better line. Kuda is trying to push. Probably hits the wall, and it is. Ooh, still a victory for Jungle Gap. I didn't catch the final mistake by Spark that allowed Brawly to still stay ahead, but it's 6-8. Fine margins. Fine margins. Anything can go wrong right in the very end.
It was the third to last turn. Spark went wide, and it didn't bonk, but lost a lot of speed trying to correct. Had to ease up on the gas to avoid the wall, and that's what cost Spark. When it's all said and done, as Kuda this time is the one bonking off a tree, and Antic. Look, it does feel like the nerves are getting to these guys right now. They're making silly mistakes in inopportune moments, and they're watching this lead just slowly get cut away.
I am already waiting for Kuda to write a very strong worded letter about the tree in the feedback section of this tournament, because I believe that's already the second time that he's hit that, or at least the members of Antic Esports have made acquaintance with that tree already twice in this match already. So not looking rather good for that part, but Spark has to hold on. He cannot allow for an ace. He has to get something out of this, at least 1 point or at least minimum. Ideally a first position, but he can't get that. Oh, because if he had gotten first position, that would have been 9-7 and forced Jungle Gap into an ace position, but now it's 8-9. And we could have an overtime on the final map if, for example, if Jungle Gap get a victory.
Yeah, we'll see if Jungle Gap will be able to piece it together. I mean, they've won the last 2 rounds. No reason why they can't take the third. However, Antic, my eyes are on them at the start. They've been making mistakes, and it kind of happened again to Kuda right there. It was a slight bonk, but it was a loss of momentum. That said, Brawly goes through the same thing, and all of a sudden, it is looking a lot better for Antic until Kuda goes incredibly wide. Now they're in the back, and now all of a sudden we're in a situation we're looking at a draw. That's all well and good for Antic, but that's reliant on Spark finishing the crossing line first, where Brawly is falling further behind. It's going to be Spark versus Sven for Jungle Gap to stay alive.
Yeah, so if for Jungle Gap, the ideal situation is that 7 stays ahead. That what is on your board at the moment on the top left stays the way. And it seems Kuda has had a bit more struggle in the end, so Broly has to do his own thing and finish. 7 has to stay ahead, and Sparks just send it at this point. But you have to sort of, be careful, because if you make a big mistake, you might be giving away a victory here. But it looks like that on our screens, for the first time today, we will have a map 5 overtime as well, and what looked to be a convincing lead for Antic Esports. And as you mentioned, sometimes the final hurdle is the most difficult to overcome, and we are seeing the exact situation here. 10-10. Whoever gets the first victory or race wins it. Kuda doesn't get the transition right. Spark has to get first now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Spark on this one, and the communication is there. Spark's going to have to send it. And again, this was a situation. Antic was up 7-1 on this map, and it has been brought back. That said, it's a very awkward transition for 7, and all of a sudden, Kuda has moved themselves up into P3. Spark has got themselves 2 tenths up in P1, and Antic, within the course of 2 checkpoints, takes the lead, and then loses it when Spark bonks as well.
Everybody's having a bit of a shaky moment here. If you have XTD shaking at the moment, that's basically everybody here at the moment.
7's gaining.
Yeah, 7 is gaining as well. Brawly is in first. Kuda is second and third. But 7, he can overtake Spark.
He's gaining.
This is the fight. Oh, but no, but he hits the wall. He tries to push it. But uneventfully not going to work. So it is going to be another draw here. We go again.
All right, let's run it back. No one hit that last round clean. So to make a projection on who we think is going to take this, it would be pure speculation, pure RNG, except for the fact that I gotta represent that flag. Here we go, Antic, bring it home either way. Who is going to make the early mistake? This time, nobody actually makes the early mistake. Everyone avoids the bush. No one wants to try, cosplaying as a gardener today. They know it's on the line, but a wide line from Spark costs a bit of speed, and it is Antic on the back foot.
Yeah, it is a bit of a fumble, but it doesn't cost you too much time. What we've seen from mistakes here, being within 2 tenths is still reasonable. 4 tenths, pushing it a bit, but everything can still go wrong for anybody up in front for the time being. Nobody makes a mistake there, so this is going to come down again to that NASCAR section. Who's willing to push it more? Is Kuda going to absolutely full send it? He's here. Full send here, but 7 also gets it clean.
Kuda's got speed.
Yeah, he's gaining a little bit. If he gets the transition well,
very wide.
He gets a bit of a speed
good line.
Oh, no! Thousandths of a second. He almost had it, but he went a bit too wide. He slid a bit, and that's the difference. Jungle Gap, take it. That was a hell of a fight. But they got there in the end. Holy moly, what a way to end this match.
Wow. Credit to 7 right there. I mean, that was a hands-on head finish. Don't get me wrong, Antic, competitive till the end. But, I mean, you said it. They went for the slide because they were trying to maintain as much of that speed as possible. Didn't want to, ease up. So how do you best mitigate that? Maybe get that little bit of a slide. I want to think it was intentional because they were still gaining through it. But it just was that not quite enough. 5,000ths of a second difference between, winning and losing this round. I have a feeling this isn't the last we've seen at Antic, though. I would not want to go up against them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this was against the 4th seed as well. Technically, from the campaign results as well. So definitely not an easy opponent, but we see that Spark and Kuda prepared and ready to give a fight to anybody. But that concludes the first round of matches as well. To go over the results as well, what we have seen so far. We said a few of them, but in the meantime, we have Mandarin and Molotov. Molotov won 3-1 in that match as well. And I believe that was the only match that was ongoing simultaneously, as the other matches were 3-0 or 3-1. So we actually picked some 2 good matches, to be honest, very close ones that both could have, well, one of them did go to map 5, the other one could have possibly as well. But it didn't go so perfectly for Crovotti. But that is the first round done, and I'm already excited for what is next, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see what happens moving forward as well. We are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we will be going into round 2. I imagine we're going to be getting one of the high matches. Not sure which one we'll get. I'm
Mhm.
thinking it's either going to be Wumbo versus Molotov or Gravity versus... oh, no, because we just saw Jungle Gap. So maybe we'll see a Best Hill versus Wild. I'd imagine it'll be one of those two. We'll see, though. We'll be back with more when we return. round one is in the books. It was a crazy one. We got to see 2 matches finish. I'm heartbroken. All right. I know casters don't pick favorites, but like it's so rare we ever see Australia competing in anything European, even if there's no Australian players, even if they all got knocked out in the open quals. Antic is still OCE to me, and it was 5,000ths of a second, man. You have to show me some empathy here, Gritty.
Yeah, I mean, they were really close, but it all came down to that final turn where it just chucked. I believe it was Spark a bit, or was it Gudak? I'm at this point, it was such
Spark.
a moment I didn't even remember anymore. I would just remember the 1,000, and it was really close. But yeah, it was just that it was chucked a bit too wide, and of course, the ring checkpoint means that if you go to the left side, you know, whoever is on the rider side will hit the finish block a lot earlier, and yeah, that was just enough to make the difference. But yeah, I empathize with you. I mean, a lot of people that were, you know, actually rooting for Antic as well. They are technically on paper. They were actually, of course, the lower seed and maybe not as expected to give such a fight. But I know Spark and Gouda are always, if they want to and they put their minds to it, they can be very good in practice and put a lot of time and effort into it. And it clearly shows that they have. Or just Seven and Broly didn't get off to a really good start in the first round. But I like to think that Gouda and Spark have put in a lot of effort, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they have, and we'll see them again. But let's talk about this upcoming match. Best Hill versus Wild about to go at it, or Wilde. I always call it Wild because, again, I'm a fanatic reader, and I think it annoys Nualeok, so I will be doing that throughout this one. But what is your thought on these two teams as we get ready to go in our first round?
I mean, of course, Wild has the tried and tested players, Wizzy and Stoofs. Wizzy, of course, being your designated wheel driver, and Stoofs being the up-and-coming player who has been trying to get out of Spam's shadow for the last a year or two, which I believe he has done very successfully. Stoofs has definitely become probably, if not the best Dutch player in the game now. And so Wild is definitely among their with the highest talent as well. But their opponents have Hill and Bestie. Now Hill is a very notorious, if you know Couple of the Day, you always see him in the fight for wins or top 10. So he's definitely a very formidable opponent when it comes to consistency. Bestie, actually haven't seen much of Bestie as far as I've seen. I haven't really. I know Hill quite a bit. Bestie is something that maybe not as much information on him, but getting some information apparently that Hill and Bestie are brothers, which reminds me of another pairing of the Germans. So this is the Czech Republic brothers compared to the German ones. So that's interesting. You know, a lot of. You know, I guess it runs in the family for some people. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
So this is coming from the voice of an only child, all right? Take it all with a grain of salt. I imagine, like, playing with a brother could go one of two ways. Either it's fantastic, family chemistry, everything's all great, or younger brother remembers all the torment that older brother put them through and starts feeling a bit resentful and decides, you know, maybe we're going to throw this one off, and then the bullying. I could go so bad, all right? I don't want to see this, like, teammate go full Jerry Springer on us, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's something I have to do. Well, when I think of my siblings, you know, the thing is, like, I've had all kinds of different siblings. Well, I have my younger sister technically, and then later on I got a little brother and sister as well. So technically I haven't had really competition, just bickering with my little sister. So I don't really know how to comment on, you know, competitive esports gaming games with my brother or sister in that regard. So the only thing I can remember is doing competitive tag games outside, you know, tag in your it, basically. That's my recollection of competitive at the time.
Hey, you know what? I imagine family tag can get very competitive, and I imagine, you know, you don't want to lose to a younger sibling. I guess in that regards, probably it is better to work with them. Either way, here we go, warming up already on to our first map, and oh boy, it looks to be perfection where we're starting.
Well, there was a bit of confusion in the pick and ban phase because when I saw in previous the pick and ban phase, everybody said the map names. Hill decided to be different and just said number 4. And everybody was just a bit there was a bit of a question mark. Which map is number 4? But clearly everybody has their own way of doing it. But it is actually moving on to Wavelength. Is the map that we will go next. After that, we will have Pierce, Waves, Perfect, and then last again Caution. Seems to be a map that is ending up in the last position. Whether we will get there, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if we don't get there straight away, maybe a different one will take us there. But yeah, we'll go to Wavelength. Bring us the plastic. Bring us some of those transitions and have us warm up again one more time. This is... Last time we were here, it felt like this map was one where we saw one team kind of, pull quite far ahead. I don't know. I don't know if that was just a case of, like, mistakes can happen early in this one. But the other weird thing that I found on this track when we were watching before is, the safe finish was taken, I'd say, about 20% of the time. Like, not everyone always goes risky on this one.
Yeah, the thing is, of course, with this map as well, is that what we mentioned before in the previous matches as well, is the fact that if you make a mistake in a crucial spot, it really bleeds time because it has a lot of transitions afterwards. But if you touch a wall, you don't have any speed for those transitions, so you're just gonna compound to becoming from worse to even to becoming the worst experience ever. But for the time being, everybody's gotten through, and it's only been a bit of a pace difference for the time being. But as soon as I say that, Wizzy does clip the outside of that wall as well. So a classic, as soon as everything's going well, it's not.
Look, just don't mention their crash percentage, and I think everything will be A-okay. Well, unless, of course, you're a Wily fan. But that said, Stuffs is able to cross that line first. So we are going to open this series off with a draw. No harm, no foul, I suppose, for Wizzy on this one. We'll have a chance to bounce back. Exact same time, though, from the brothers on Best Hill. I don't know if you saw that. They were each 1.6 or 0.16 seconds behind. That is the family synergy you love to see.
They're just playing on the same controller, controlling 2 cars. That's what it is, That's clearly the exact explanation of how it works. But regardless of how impossible that would be, because they are currently in completely different positions, unless their ghosts would be completely in sync, then I would be questioning a bit. But for the time being, they are doing rather well, and it is actually Stoofs who is taking the helm of this match, because again, he's up in front with a commanding lead for the map. 0.2 on this map is already a very solid 0.3 even. He's really on the case, and
oh no!
I'm not gonna talk anymore. You can. Where's the exit here? I'm taking the door.
Yeah, all right, see, I'll talk to you later. Right now, though, Wizzy's going to try to save it, is unable to. It's an ace snipe, 1/100th of a second between Hill and Wizzy. Oh, no way. Best Hill gets himself the ace, and again, they're within, 2/100ths of a second between each other as they do it. All right, we know what kind of family this was. These are the brothers that just are in sync and everything aligns.
Yeah, they are definitely here to play the game, and I'm also back in the booth. Hopefully I'm not gonna get anything troublesome in the mail from Stuffs. It's just a game, where you have to be met. But either regards, Wizzy had a bit of a fumble in the third section, and now again, it's just currently the Hill and Bestie, absolutely going ham on it, and Stuffs trying to get, again, to deny. This time nothing will go wrong, but everything can go right for him at this case, because he needs first position to at least mitigate the damage, because otherwise Best Hill will just go even further away, and...
that's a good line.
Yeah, but does he have the speed? Stoops risks it, but he does get across the line still. Still Hill stays ahead. But that's the ending of Wavelength. In a nutshell.
I just want to go back to what you said as they were going through that plastic water section to the right there. No way he messes this up, I believe is what you said. Everything is going to go perfect. Ending. It was still good enough to get second, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm watching you now. I need a mute button the second you start praising somebody just to make sure this doesn't happen anymore.
I have done this for so long, and it still doesn't get away from me. I cannot compliment anybody. I try to be the nice guy, and then the game is just like, oh, look who we're gonna make a villain now. Insta karma for you. Nice try trying to be a nice guy. I guess
The
you can be the
nicest
nice
thing?
cop and I can be the bad cop, I guess.
The nicest thing you can do is be insulting. That's what I'm getting from this right now. The nicest thing you can do is just point out every mistake, which there really hasn't been any so far in this round as we're coming up to the end. Stuffs, though, is in an awkward spot. The round could go to Best Hill if they nailed the landing. That they do not. Double snipe. 6,000ths of a second. Wizzy comes across in first. And just like that, Wildy, well, they get back on it. I'm going to pronounce them something different every time, by the way. I'm doing this on purpose.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. It's just that at some point you're just gonna probably say a different team name and nobody's gonna notice at that point. But regardless of semantics of how you pronounce wild, maybe we need actually a Nua here to because it is technically on the flag. It is Irish. I always forget the wild because I do believe they are a British org, but don't quote me on that. That might be a bit of a sensitive topic for them involved. But that is a bit of a different story, of course, because at the moment Stoofs and Bestie are fighting up in front, while Hill and Wizzy are having a bit of a Sunday drive. Well, it is Saturday. I guess it isn't really a Sunday drive, but the
Sunday
time
here.
being. Well, look, true. For you it is Sunday, but for Stoofs, maybe a possibility to get first position? Not quite. Wizzy will be overtaking Hill in the end because Hill had a really troublesome end, and it is a draw, but that doesn't really help Wild in this case. They're still 3 points behind, and Trackpoint still in the favor of Best Hill.
Yeah, it is still looking pretty good in Best Hill. They just need to win this round, and it will be theirs. But right off the start, that's not the start that Bestie needed. Not his Bestie performance. Wizzy also struggling a little bit further up ahead, so maybe still a chance for Best Hill to salvage something in this one. Actually, out in front though, Hill is just behind Stuffs and is going to be looking to try to find a way to overtake. Has a bit more speed off the dirt, a little bit deeper on the transition though, means that it doesn't maintain as well. Bestie still trying to gain on Wizzy, but a little bit too far back. If things stay as they are, well, Best Hill, they'll only get themselves to 9.
Yep, that is indeed true. But, mathematically speaking, actually, as long as every one of the members is actually in second position for Best Hill, it doesn't really matter. So they can, they're fine. They can give Stoofs like the world record for all they care. But as long as one of them is in second position, they will win this track point. So sting like a bee, move like a butterfly, and now while they're in a position where they have to ace, and that is a precarious position to be in to begin with.
Bee stings are mildly annoying unless you're allergic, and you can easily brush it off and then still make sure you don't get aced this time around. Let's see what Best Hill can bring. Wild needs the ace if they're going to take this round, and, well, they've got a bit of help because Bestie, again, runs into some problems. Hill is currently sitting back in third. This is the exact start that Wild was hoping for. They just need to stay consistent until the end, yet Wizzy is slowly starting to drop back.
Yeah, but that is absolutely negligible. But Hill now knows, I'm sure they are in a call in some kind. Bestie says, send it, go for it. You have to get second position minimum, and you can clearly see Hill, Roger. Got you. I got you, bro. And now he's moving on to first position. Stoofs and Wizzy has fallen behind. Stoofs has to overtake and hope that Hill makes a mistake
slides
here in
out.
the hill. But can he actually hold it? He does.
Oh, he got it!
First as well. 5-4, 5-4-5. That is a code for the winning formula here. It is 10-8, and Best Hill take the first map of the match.
Oh, it looked like Stuffs was going to come out P1 as well, but actually bonked the checkpoint a little bit, and Hill was able to sneak through. So good start for Best Hill. They'll come across one map up. We'll see how we go, though, because I believe that was a Best Hill map, and now we go to the Wild map, map number 2, and we'll see how this one goes, if they're going to be able to bring it back. I mean, back to the piers, as it were, and I feel like this map is, again, I know I called it the easiest map before. None of these tracks are easy. Yes. But I feel we should see the least amount of mistakes unless people are really, really pushing it now.
I mean, this is the map where you can have the most awkward transitions from sometimes as well. You really have to hit those outside lines sometimes in order to set yourself up for the line for the next turn. And hitting
Oh.
that pole is definitely not among those on the list. And hitting that wall is also not on the list. So we are getting a bit of a 101 on what to not do on clears provided by Hill and Stoofs for the time being. But Wizzy and Bestie showing us on how to do it for the time being. And Bestie definitely on a good round here, but Wizzy has to push it a bit in order to catch up. But for looking so far so good for the two in front. And Bestie, well, he can hold out for a draw. That would be the best result for Best Hill to start off at least.
Yeah, we'll see if they will be able to hold everyone back right now. Wizzy is right there on their tail, hoping for some sort of mistake. Stuffs as well would be able to take advantage. And if we are going to see the mistake, it would be coming up towards the ending. As Stuffs goes right through the gap. Going to try for a really tight inside line. Wizzy, in fact, got all four wheels on the dirt. That's not going to do it. Hill comes across P4, but the important thing is it is a draw.
Yep, a draw to start us off, and as you can see on the top left of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between, it is the world record holder, well, the online time world record holder, is Stoofs. So, you know, if you were a betting man, you would look at this like, yeah, I think Wild have a good shot at this map. I wonder why they picked it. But again, Stoofs hits the wall, so maybe having the world record is not a good idea to begin with. But I'm not the one driving. I'm the one telling people how they're driving. So that's my job for the time being. And for the time being, Stoof seems to be at least coming back to third position minimum.
Does that count as another curse if you bring up their world record and then they immediately bonk?
I don't know what you're talking about. Continue.
I
there are drivers on the track. We continue commentating on them.
Okay. I'm just saying, if it were possible last minute to put up a little counter, I'm here for it. Oh, goodbye, Bestie. That tree was not where you wanted to go. Stoofs has actually come back up to P2 now because Hill was playing very conservative, and all of a sudden, Wild, they're looking at the ace. They'll pull it off. They're right back in this one, a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, for a team who has a hill in their name, that wasn't a really good uphill by Bestie. I'm just gonna put it out there. Definitely that tree. I'm telling you, you know, as much as we say, you know, environment matters, you know, you want to keep preserved trees. I feel like, at least in Trackmania, we all agree that a lot of these trees need to be cut down. There's been several cases where a lot of the maps have had trees, and they have caused some problems, to say the least, for some people. But we'll keep it environmentally friendly. We like our trees here. Some people might disagree, at least some of the players.
I counterpoint. Instead of getting rid of the trees, let's rebuild the cars to drive over the trees and just demolish them and not be sent into orbit. That's the approach I would take. A little bit more destructive, perhaps, as right now, needing to get a little bit more destructive is Stuffs. They're currently sitting all the way back towards, well, the back in this situation. Bestie out in front, actually overtaking Wizzy, so a chance for Best Hill to win this round. This time they do get up the hill clean. It's the way back down where things can get a little bit dicey. Wizzy very shaky going into those last couple turns. Bestie just needs to nail the finish, does so. They'll take the round, and Best Hill brings us back within 2.
Yeah, very solid as well. Very good rounds, and we can see there is a bit of a difference as well in the uphill part where the penalty sand is as well. You definitely want to get as much speed as possible for it as well. We can see it as well. It helps Bestie get a bit of a gap in the end compared to Wizzy as well. So you want to get it as smooth as possible. The more you steer... Ooh, speaking of smooth, Wild smoothly touch the wall together, you know. Holding hands, being teammates together. You make a mistake, I got you, fam. You're there with me as well, you know. I'll hold your hand. I'll be there for you. But I would prefer them for one of my teammates to be in first position rather than with me in the wall, if I was perfectly honest. But it sets up a perfect situation for Best Hill to take an ace possibly and to take the lead.
Look, they just want to prove to Best Hill that we can be brothers too, all right? Like, we can be even more brotherly, but they're doing it the lame way, the easy way. We each mess up as opposed to we each get the exact same time. And speaking of getting great times, at the moment, Best Hill, well, they're on their way to an ace. Stick the finish, you know they will. It's a 6-5 lead. Best Hill has retaken P1.
Yeah, that is indeed true. And technically, again, I will refer to this as well. On paper, Wild are, well, Wild technically have the better seed, well, from initially. But of course, Wild got a score of 3-1 compared to Bestial, who got 3-0. So that's why they are also a higher seed in this match, because their previous match score was better as well. But that is none in there. So Wild definitely, you gotta get a bit wild, get more points on the board, get the party started here, and ruin a bit of the momentum that Bestial seem to be having. Wizzy goes for a really inside rift and somehow still makes it work as Hill touches the wall outside, and now Wizzy is catching up to Bestie, and all of a sudden what was an ace before is completely turned around the other way for Wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an ace. Just, we just changed colors from blue to red. Either way, Bestie is going to have a chance to bring it back up the hill. I mean, it is all on Bestie because Hill, again, struggles at that portion of the track. That said, they're going to need a big mistake. This last turn, it's pretty money for all the drivers. Give the ace back to Wild. They'll go 8-6. They're one round win away from tying up the series score.
Yeah, they are now in a good position to take the track point. Victory or ace is needed. As always, the quick math that you have to do while you are watching as well. But, as long as you win, you win. That's a statement and a half. That's the usual you go. If you win, you win. I can't put it any other way, basically. That's the premise of this mode. If you get a victory almost every single time, unlike Stuffs gets a bit of a touch on the wall, I mean, you're bound to win eventually. But now Wizzy has to hold on to first position, or otherwise it's gonna get a bit dicey when we go into point scores. As Bestie has a bit of an awkward one as well.
Yeah, and that actually gets Stuffs back ahead of them. So all of a sudden, Wild, they're in position to win this track. Hill, though, will retake the lead as Wizzy went for more of a faster route, I would say, for that higher top speed, but it doesn't work out in their favor. Hill getting right up near the wall, but not on it. Either way, these two are vying neck and neck for P1 and 2. Hill struggled going up the hill before. Not going to struggle this time, still staying right with Wizzy, but they're going to need to finish in front to stay alive on this track. Coming down to the last turn, how much does Hill risk it? Not enough. Wizzy P1, Stuffs P3, and Wild takes track 2.
Yeah, they are taking their own map picks now. A bit of different from the first match we saw today. So this time, I pick a map, I win it, and it's a good GG as well. But we move on to Frozen Waves. Now, what we saw the first time around when we were on this map was
Chaos.
Well, that's one way to put it. Yeah, I was thinking of another way, but the Chaos is definitely one way to put it, because it's definitely a map that does produce the chaos. I think this is one of, as I've said it already before, it is the track that has everything under the sun, and then all of the stuff in between as well, because everything can go so right and so wrong here.
Yeah, you could. It is a very much a. It is the Carnage map. It is the chaotic map. It is full of strife and discord. However you want to see it play out, we'll see who comes out on top. And it is also, again, a little bit of a personal favorite who likes those types of maps. Now, we saw a lot of drivers struggle with this water section last time we were here, just getting that clean entry. I would dare say that was the part where we saw the most oopsie moments there. And, of course, this ice section, some drivers got a little bit low, wound up into the scaffolding down below. But on this first round, all four of our drivers getting through relatively clean.
Yeah, they are enjoying a bit of luxury. Stuff's a bit more than others. Definitely up in the lead. Wizzy is the one battling where... Oh, Bestie went a bit too wide on the magnet, so loses... Ooh, there's some wallbang strats definitely there. That is interesting. So the wallbangs do seem to be a bit more of a usage as well, and it seems that Bestie at the moment is trying to force his way up in the front. Well, he has to, otherwise it's going to be an ace for Wild. And is it going to be good? Stuff says an awkward line. Bestie's trying, but not quite. Not quite.
Whew. I mean, Stuff's really, wanted to make things dramatic with that super wide entry into the end right there. And it does cost him P1 Wizzy, though, there to collect the scraps. So Wild with the ace to start things off, building off the momentum that they got from that last track win. I mean, it was clean, relatively clean, I'd say, from all four drivers as well. And That's what has me a little bit nervous right there. As Bestie, well, that wasn't clean. Okay, well, that's the first mistake, and it comes from the Best Hill side.
Yeah, there is also the part where you can get into the water, but you can also go into a slide, and that is not what you want under there, because then the water is just gonna go like, yep, bye, and you just fade away into the wall. But for the time being, if anything is to go by, I mean, Hill is in second position, so could be worse, if I had to put it somehow. But it seems at the moment, at least, that Stufs is in a commanding lead, and Wizzy is trying everything to do that Hill is not going to have a fun time, because they could possibly get a second ace as well, but it's just a small margin. But Hill has a lot more speed. But can he hold it till the very end? Everything looking smooth so far. Not the best transition by Hill. Wizzy might have more speed, but it does look to be a very clean end for everybody involved, and it will be a 5-1 still on the board. 4 points of a gap. That is a very nice lead to have, and Stufs again, it has the world record. I don't know if pointing it out now is maybe helps a bit, so I won't point it out during the round.
I don't. We'll see. It all depends on how Stufs go right here, because I think when you say it before the round, that means we have the entire round for Stufs to, you know, have a little bit of an accident.
That's a bit rude to me. If I point out that Stufs has a world record like right now in between the rounds, then I would get it. But I mentioned it before, and everything's fine right now, so it's all good in the hood. And he's in first position as well. Look, he's doing rather great. And while Hill and Bestie are trying everything in their power to stop him, as Wizzy had a bit of a fumble, so now.
Oh, whoop! There goes Stufs.
I don't know what to do at this point, but if anything, it's working out for Bestial, you know. Hit me up in DMs, my PayPal is open. Moving on, as they are in ace position, while Wizzy is trying to catch them up here, and this is going up from back-to-back aces, but not for the same team. But Wizzy getting closer, and Hill needs to push the end, or otherwise he's gonna be overtaken.
Got it. Not quite. That's the ace, and that is a pretty needed ace, I'd say, for Best Hill as well to bring it back 4-5. So, within a round, if they take this one, we could be tied 6-6 one more time going at it. Every match, it feels like we're covering, has just been so close. So, if you haven't done it already, I'm just going to do a quick call out to the Twitch chat right now, all right, because this is important. Show SRK some love. Putting on this event, organizing, getting it all together. It was a little bit rushed. Tournament clients were kind of falling apart. This thing is running together. Plan B, which is a lot of, you know, WD-40 and duct tape. Also, the one picking the matches for us to cover right here, every single one of them a banger. So, yeah, SRK doing their job and then some. And speaking of bangers, well, Wizzy barely avoided a big wall banger, but still finds himself in the back as we go through those final turns, gets in front of Bestie, and now all of a sudden, Wild, well, they were in a good spot, and then Wizzy drove off the side of the map.
Yeah, he went for the wall bang, but that wall bang was a bit stronger than he anticipated, and he hit the pole and fell off. Hopefully it doesn't fall off in the next rounds, but at the moment he can at least be happy that his teammate is still up in the running in first position and looking rather good with a very solid time as well for the rounds, and it is a draw. Keeps everything competitive, everything very close, and a 0.5 indeed is a very solid time for rounds. So, but you know, he has still 0.4 in the locker, you know, in the nitro still. So you can turn it up a notch even more, but it helps Wild stay ahead. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, they could draw their way to a track 3 victory at this rate. It would take us a little while. We'd be here for a bit, but it's still on the cards right now. It's up to Best Hill to kind of stop that. And as we go through the identity of this track, unfortunately for Stuffs, they had a really bad start. Like, there's bad starts, and then there's, well, only hitting the identity now, so we can count them well and truly out of this one. Best Hill sitting P1, P2. Wizzy is going to have to play spoiler, takes the title line up the hill, and so far that title line up the hill has been better. The wall bang has not been, and Bessie moves back ahead.
Yep, it was all going so well until it wasn't. So Hill and Bessie now looking to be quite up in front, and if they are smart, they would actually check their splits as well and see, oh, okay, we have 0.4, so we just need to get it clean. Wizzy also gets a bit of a slide out as well, but that is very nice and well done for them. It gets them the ace, 8-6 on the board, and that is a good round for Bestial. In the meantime, we have a few updates as well. Gravity against Jungle Gap already 3-0. Boob Mandarine and Alternativa. Boob Mandarine wins 3-0. And there's some other close matches all around the things as well. So, you know, things are moving along in the tournament. For those involved, also exclamation mark bracket. You can also keep an eye on it yourself as well. But in the meantime, this is what we're keeping an eye on. Can a Wild get back into it? Or maybe Best Hill can just yoink a victory and, yeah, chop chop, and we have another track point.
I mean, we'll see. Best Hill would love to win the map that they chose. Again, it's kind of like in tennis. You're serving at the moment, and you don't want to give up break point. But Wild, I mean, they're still within gasp. Like, they could pull it off. They're currently leading this round right now as Wizzy takes advantage of a mistake from Bestie. Even has some speed gaining on Hill, and an ace would be disastrous. The wall bang does help line Wizzy up, but I don't think it's faster. I think it's faster if you can avoid the wall bang. I'm going to be quite honest. However, it's the consistency that they want, and the consistency keeps them right behind Hill as we go through our final turns.
Yeah, and Stuffs is miles ahead, but Wizzy is slowly overtaking Hill.
Oh.
Hill might have a bit more speed, but Wizzy actually pulls it off, and what a time by Stuffs. 0.3 as well. I told you he has more in the locker, and man pulls it out. 0.3 in the rounds, very, very fast. And now Best Hill are like, well, if we want to win, we need to ace them. If we want overtime, we can do a victory. What we cannot do is draw the match. And given how Stuffs is driving at the moment, it's looking rather complicated. Is the situation.
Don't.
It
Stop
has to
casting
end
spells. You have been casting spells all night long. I'm going to steal the spell book from you. No more of that, Hill. What a turn right there to get himself up into P1. Bestie, though, still back there, gets ahead of Wizzy, but just as you say that, Stuffs gets back out in front as well. Up the hill we go. A couple turns less. Stuffs still where they needs to be. Wallbang from Bestie. This time it does work on the line. Gets up into third position, but someone's got to get past Stuffs. Bestie had the speed, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. Just a couple turns left, and Stuffs is still in the lead.
Yeah, he's in the lead, and he's the only man that can do any difference. So if he fumbles in the end, Bessie has more speed. He's gonna actually overtake. No way! Oh my God, that was too close. Oh my heart, that was a bit of a. Stuffs probably had a bit of a. Oh no, this is. Yeah, this could have gone so wrong for him at that point. He didn't get down early enough, and it chucked him so wide, and it was almost disaster. But it's not disaster now because caution, everybody. Well, it isn't caution. I think we are gonna switch to perfect as the next map, if I remember right. But it is now Wild in a position where they can actually take it now, and that is a very good way to come off a map. You know, you just do it, get it done, and now Best Hill are in a position who went 1-0 up to begin with, but now they are 2-1 down, so looking rather complicated.
And it's Wild's map as well. This was Wild's selection, so this could be a little bit tumultuous for sure moving forwards. I have to ask though, what's more impressive to you? Stuffs, surviving that last gas, recovering enough to win the round, or Stuffs surviving the spells you were throwing at them the entire time?
Well, it almost worked. It half worked because it made the round close. It worked.
Yeah, okay.
It gave us a very exhilarating round. Otherwise, it would have been, just Stuffs winning. But it was now a close win. See,
true.
This is what we do.
That's using your caster curse for good. That's what we want to see. What we also want to see is more good rounds, and I mean, we're starting off this one once again in perfection, and that was a boo-boo from Stuffs. They're going to have to respawn, and they're well and truly out of it. Hill has pulled a little bit further away from Wizzy, and we're looking at the 1-2 finish. Best Hill, you want to bounce back from losing that last track. Well, this could be how you do it unless Wizzy is able to snipe P2 away.
Yeah, well, he's in a good position at the moment because he has the speed to hold it till the very end, and no mistake on the dirt. Bestie goes for the save.
Oh!
He gives it away. He thought he had enough time to go for the safe finish just to be sure, but Wizzy was like, nah. If you go all in, and he makes it work, gets the first position, and it's a draw instead of a victory. I mean, I think Bestie was looking at the splits and was like, okay, I should have enough time. I don't need to risk it. But that jump is a lot longer than at first glance. So it was enough for Wizzy to overtake. So a bit of a miscalculation there. I understand why he went for it, or maybe didn't feel comfortable with the speed he had and decided to go for the safe finish, but it does cost them the point, and was a draw.
I mean, out of all the tracks we have, this is the toughest risky finish by a considerable margin. You need a lot of speed, and if you're not feeling 100%, I mean, we did see at the end, yeah, they were like well and truly out of it, but we saw the bump coming from Stuffs not making the jump, and they were still going pretty fast. So I can understand the decision to go for the safe finish at that point, but my goodness, if that comes back to haunt Best Hill at the end of the day, we'll see. Hill already struggling on this next track, kind of putting a lot of pressure on Bestie to kind of be up there with the others. I don't see Best Hill going for the safe finish if they think they have it. Case in point, they take the risk, but they still lose the round.
Yeah, well, this time they go for the risk, but it doesn't change the outcome that much because Stufs had a bit of a fumble on the uphill dirt. So the only thing that would have changed the outcome if something went wrong either for Wizzy or Bestie himself. But, you know, it's still 1 point. Could be worse. We've seen worse, and people have come back from worse.
Yep.
And we've seen at the moment as Stufs has a bit of a early inside touch on the block there. It does give Best Hill a better opportunity to take more points on the board, but they do have to take Wizzy out of the game as well. But Bestie clips the inside goes a bit too much there and gives away the position again to Stufs. But Stufs touches the outside dirt wall as well, so it's a bit of a 1-2 up in front, and then Stufs and Bestie surviving.
I mean, whoa, by Hill. That was a mistake. That's an uh-oh moment. And off the respawn may have stuffed it as well. Speaking of stuffs, they're just watching Wizzy run away with this one. Wild should be able to get the ace, assuming everything goes clean. I'm a little bit saddened because I want to see Wizzy get pushed a little bit more to challenge their own world record. Not going to get it on this round. It's going to be a 6-2 lead, though. Wild getting closer to winning this match.
Yeah, they are taking the helm now. The momentum is there. With every map, it has gone faster and faster and faster. And the point cap has become bigger and bigger. And now it is 4 points for Wild. And Stufs, again, does an early mistake. But, you know, I believe the thing is with these early mistakes is it's better do it early than late. Because then in the late section, you don't have any speed. The person who made the early mistake is going to catch up to you, and then it's all downhill from there. Hopefully it's going to be the uphill for Best Hill, as Stufs makes another bit of a fumble there. But Wizzy is in the mix, and Wizzy has been a lethal threat here. Overtakes Bestie, but that is a hell of a cap. What is Hill doing? He's almost half a second ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to be super curious to see how this time compares to some of the others we've gotten from Hill so far. Their PB on this one is 54.115. Is it going to overtake that? Do they stick the landing? Well, it's a 54.4, pretty close. It's enough to win the round. Wild, though, are an ace away from winning the matchup.
Yep, they have. It's all maths in the end. Perfect setup for the ace. But you look at it the other way around. Best Hill can do 2 aces, and it's 2-2. So, you know, you can do the numbers there, you know, if this, then that, if then that, then this can happen. So everything to play for, and I feel like Best Hill are definitely not out of it, but I feel like the confidence is more towards the Wild section, especially for Wizzy, because he seems to be just constantly up in front, and if Stufs doesn't have a mistake like this round, it's gonna be an uphill battle now for everybody involved. There's literally nothing to really separate them right now.
No, they are just all one conglomerate of Trackmania cars, and in the front, it is none other than Stufs, who actually has been struggling, I feel like, on this track compared to Wizzy, who has been the backbone of Wild so far, which is really scary because the ace could still be on the cards. That said, the ace could come the other way as well because Best Hill is right in there until Bestie gets a little bit awkward until the end. Hill has to stick the landing, gets in the middle, keeps Best Hill alive, but it is now 1 point away from Wild advancing.
Yeah, Bestie lost the gear right before the uphill. He didn't manage to gear properly and lost it there, so he lost all of his speed right before the end. And now Best Hill, it is do or die. They have to ace. And
well, that's not how you do it.
Yeah, but that's unless he somehow convinces like Stoof, Swizzy, come on guys, just give us a chance, give us the ace and we'll do it like gentlemen.
Content.
Final round, winner takes it all. What do you say, guys?
Content. Think of the content, Wild. Think of the content. And you know what Wizzy and Stuffs are thinking? There's more content in round 3 when we're 2-0. There's more content when we are 1 match away from the quarterfinals. Well, Wizzy's actually considering it. Wizzy is like, well, hold on a second. We can still get both. Stuffs, though, they're out in front. I don't see them giving this one away. Hill is going to need a miracle. Bessie's still sticking on him. Doesn't matter. Stuffs nails the landing, and Wild goes through.
Yeah, very nice time by Stuffs. I was thinking that surely he's not going to hit the finish or something, but, there is a big exclamation mark there as well, in case you missed it, where the finish is. But that's GG, well played. I mean, that could have gone either way, and it looked to be a very good start for Best Hill, but then the momentum just kept going and going for Wild, and it ended up being a 3-1 win. And I do believe that there might be just one match still underway, because when I look at the spreadsheet, every other match at the moment has concluded. But one more match on server 8 is still underway.
Owned,
it is
Owned versus
1-2.
Sub will carry.
Yeah, Sub will carry and Owned are still playing. The Lithuanian brothers in arms are fighting the Norwegians in that case in point. So match 8 is still underway. And looking at the scoreboard, at least from when I'm in game, very tight, and they are on caution as well, and looking to be rather good. And
They're about to ace and win it.
Yeah, perfect timing as well,
Unless...
because nope.
Yep.
That's an ace. And that is a victory, and it's 2-2. Perfect timing. We arrive for the map number 5.
Yeah, but it's not caution. Like,
Well,
we got caution now, so we don't get... These guys, they didn't know. They didn't know that this was supposed to be map 5. They didn't know. That's on them, not on us. I'm curious where we get to go, though, to see these two finish it off.
My money's on perfect. Hey, I'm right.
There you go.
Unless it's a map that they didn't queue and now they're actually going to switch the map, and I'm going to look very stupid, but they haven't changed the map and they're driving, so it is perfect. So we will go from one perfect match to another one on this. So curious to see how this will go. Winner takes it all, and this will decide actually who will be 1-1 and who will be 0-2. So definitely something to play for. Ideally, you would like 1-1, of course, but 1-1 will be tougher opponents. But you don't want to be already in 2 matches in and already losing out. As Siren clips the corner and puts Auris in a bit of a predicament with Ultarion and Zinx.
Yeah, no, but you hit the nail on the head right there. Like, look, you can be like, oh, 0-2, I go against an easier opponent, yes. But the problem is you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to win 3 matches in a row just to qualify into that top 8. Essentially, you're going to have to reverse sweep as if you were down, 2 tracks in the best of 5 here. So much more advantageous to get the dub now, get yourself 1-1, and you can still save your afternoon. As it stands, talking about saving this run right now, Sub will carry. They're looking to get Sinks in front of Arias, but I don't know if Arias is going to give that position up, especially when you see a mistake from Ultreon, and now all of a sudden, Own, they're looking for the draw.
Yeah, that is looking to be the case for the time being. Otis just about makes the jump as well, and it gives us a draw on the board, and I guess that will be one way to start off a match. Even Stevens, nothing to separate the two. And we are going again, basically from scratch to some degree, if we look at it that way. But now everybody makes the jump. So now Siren is also in the mix. And usually at least, well, Siren does touches the wall on that one. So he's getting progressively further in the map without a mistake. So that's a positive. But usually for team owned, at least from my experience from the Baltic scene as well, Auris is the consistent one. Siren is the one that tends to go for the pace and push a lot more. And so we'll see how that pans out. But currently, again, it's a draw position, so maybe more draws to come.
Can I make a counterpoint for Siren?
Sure.
48% crash percentage.
Well, that's just pace players, you all in, you just go 50-50, all in or you're all out. That's it.
Okay.
Take it or leave it.
I mean, they do have a 24% top 1%, which I think
exactly,
is near the highest. I mean, Sinks actually has the most in the top ones, but Oris is going to actually, I'm sorry, Oris has the most top ones, especially after winning that round right there. So it is going to be another draw. We're going to be sitting 2-2. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of draws between these guys, just getting a grip of where this series is at, and Owned staying right with it.
Yeah, and technically when we look at the PBs from all the players, technically Sub will carry, at least on paper, has the edge on the times, but we always know PBs mean nothing. That wall, again, I'm telling you, every round Siren gets a bit further. You know, first was the hole, then it was the inside of that corner there, then now he hits the sign there, so every round he gets a bit closer towards the round, you know, but it only puts Auris in a position. And Ultarian goes for a backflip. Wicked!
Yep.
But not what you want to do with a Trackmania car. And everybody is in such a mess that Siren, even after hitting that massive-ass sign, is in third position. So, you know, hey, it doesn't matter. It all matters how everybody ends up in the end.
I think Ode might actually be, yeah, it looks like they're in a position to win this going up. It's just, you know, Iris, again, has to nail the landing. They barely do, but they get it across. Zyron does as well. Owned win the round. We have our first lead. It's going to be 4-3 in favor of the red side.
Yeah. So nothing particularly happened, just everybody driving the map, you know. Nothing happened, and we're moving on to the next round. Yeah, I mean, well, if anything, Ultarian now clips the hole at the start, so not Sub will carry is in a predicament. Sinks also is having a mistake. I mean, Siren and Auris are in a leading position with almost a second to spare, basically. It's all looking rather good for them to go into a 7-3 lead, and Sinks and Ultarian have to hope for a miracle at this point to get back into the match, because I feel like at least Auris and Siren should be like, okay, dude, we got a second. We should be cool, you know. But Siren does touch the wall. Sinks does lose the gear. So everything is even Steven still, and everybody's just going towards the sunset, enjoying the ride, and Owned are going to get the ace in this round.
Oh, man. I love track 5s because they are always the sloppiest track. They are always the most chaotic. And Zyron, look, it depends if you count that bonk or not as being a true mistake. Yeah, it does take the safety net, take the safe route. Oh, my gosh. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was at the end, but Sinks wasn't quite able to
Sinks
put
also had to go safe because he also did the same mistake as Siren. So, you know, again, everything evens out. It's yin and yang. You make a mistake, I make a mistake. The enemy team makes a mistake, we make a mistake. This time it was simply a bit more mistakes on the other side. But yeah, you make a fair point. In map 5s, even if you've been driving the entire match, you know, this is the map that technically matters the most in the end if you get to this point. Because this is a difference between you being 0-2 or 1-1, and Ultarian is giving every opportunity for Own to close it out in this round.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Ultarian to start things off, and an ace for Owned will end it. The pressure is on Sinks, but even Sinks is dropping further back right now. Aurea is staying right with them, and it is Zyron who is out in front now. If Zyron gets a clean round finally, it would be fitting. It would be the last one. Sinks is hoping for that mistake, but the two Owned drivers, they're together. They're out in front, and they are slowly furthering this gap. Zyron goes very, very wide, very, very safe. Sinks does the opposite, tries to keep it as tight and as risky as possible. I don't think it's going to be enough, Critty, but it's a bump from Aureus. It's going to have to go for the safe finish. Risky to stay alive. Sinks pulls it off.
Both of the Norwegians pull it off, and that is the difference. If you have to go for the safe finish, it is such a massive time loss, and if they are right on your tail, it is just enough if you can get the risky. And we've seen it so many times now. It's becoming a theme at this point. You're like, oh, he just has to go for the safe finish. Not. The other players on the enemy team just go like, well, bye, we'll just take the positions you gave us freely, I guess. While Siren is giving away a few positions up in front, it is again Auris who's gonna have to be the consistent wall that he has been for Owned. But Sinks is not giving him much to breathe or even to much space to even work with. He's right on his tail, but they're neck and neck as Ultarian and Siren are sort of in their own man's land. So it is between a fight up in front at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing right here, though, I mean, for Owned, realistically, unless Ultron makes a big mistake, they still are looking for the one point.
It! Oh, no!
Okay, take back what I was about to say. Owned just maybe gave up what would have been a very easy match point for themselves. They would have been 9-6. Easy done. All we have to do is not get aced. Well, they still don't have to get aced, and ace will still lose them the match, but they just made this a lot more difficult of a finish.
Yeah, the thing about this ending as well is, yes, you can get the uphill turret clean, but if your approach to that uphill turret is not perfectly set up and you go for the slower approach up the hill, you might not have all the speed you need. Ares has gotten away with it so far.
Oh, bonk.
But not that round. But Altarian has made the mistake. Now it means that Sinks has to get first. There is no ifs and buts here, and it's looking to be another respawn. He didn't have a good lineup. I think he got a nose slide and immediately respawn. So if Own see this, they have to get it. Like, just jump for the safe finish.
Safe.
You have
Play
actually
it
more
safe.
time.
Play it
just
safe.
Go for it.
Play it safe.
No.
Arias isn't playing it safe. Arias got bonked. Arias bonked again. They didn't play it safe. It's antic all over again.
You had the time, man. You should have checked the splits over a second. It's enough to go for the sake. Why do you go for the risky? Oh no, this is going from bad to worst. It's 8-9. Oh no, if they lose this now, this is gonna be the worst heartbreak for them as well. Oh my god, and I feel bad. Oh, and Ares makes the mistake. Every round he's been the consistent driver, and now he's fumbling a bit, and
still in it
some
though.
will carry, might actually carry themselves to victory.
I mean, look, it's not a big gap yet, and as we've learned, that risky finish, it lives up to the name. Another block from Arias, though, puts all the pressure on Zyron if they can find a way to catch back up, but even then, the momentum is not in their favor. Sub will carry. I'm going to say it again, just play it safe. The win is probably yours. Arias is so far back, but Zyron is making moves to try to keep things alive, and then they bonk, and then they throw it away. It's all going to come down to the jump at the end. Sinks, you better drive straight. Ultreon, what are you doing? It's okay. He landed it. Sub will carry themselves to round 3 with a 1-1 record.
That is a heartbreak and a half. That is... Oh, I don't want to be in their boots right now. I really wouldn't want to be in their boots right now. That is a very tough loss to take. I mean, and I feel bad. They're my fellow Baltics as well, you know. And so I competed with Siren and Ares multiple times. It's just a rough one. That's probably the worst loss I've seen so far. But still, props to them. They were in a really good position. But in the end, it's the scoreline that matters, and it is a well-done job for Subwell Carry, who did still, grind it until the very end.
Yeah, they grinded it, and they got themselves through, so they'll be going 1-1. They're going to be playing against Piwo in their next round, but the big ones that we're looking at, I feel like, are those high matches. I mean, Gravity versus Wild, Wumbo versus Atrina. 2 of those teams will be going to the quarterfinals after the next round. Also, Ice might be on the lower round as well. Antic versus, Atrina Piwo. They're going to be playing. Loser gets eliminated. And Owned versus Four Wolves. Loser of that gets eliminated as well. Plus all those mid matches in between. We'll be covering them when we return. Alrighty, jumping straight into the action. We're cutting the queue, Critty. We're
Yep.
jumping the line. Wait times are cringe and lame. We've got Wumbo versus Atrina about to go down. And as they are, warming themselves up, getting ready, what can you tell us about this matchup?
Well, there is not much to warm up already because
No,
technically the
we're
match
in
is
it,
not-
actually.
Yeah, it's already live and going because people are very punctual and they want to play. They don't care that we want to cast it. They're there. In the mood. We want to play. We want to go. Now, Melio and Epos. Epos, absolutely a high-tier gamer because he is his teammate had a bit of a fumble, but Epos at the moment is probably one of the most lethal and strongest opponents you could ever go up against in these competitions. He recently won the Beacon World League as well, going up against some very worthy opponents. Melio, his counterpart, was a very good up-and-coming player. Well, not up-and-coming. He had a lot of success in the Trackmania World Tour as well with Matus as well. So a very formidable duo, and it's very hard to beat them. But on the other side, you have Aterna, which is Manta and Jaka. What a lovely rhyming name as well. In this case, you have two Slovenians. If my flag situation is memorized as well, I always confuse Slovenia and Slovakia. That's just my part because, first of all, the flag is really small, but I believe it is Slovenia because Slovenia had the blue symbol in the top left. But in all regards, also very strong Slovenian players. Maybe not some names that you see quite often in competitions, but they are definitely opponents not to be messed with. And you can see already that even though Melio and Epos are on paper, in my opinion, the stronger pairing, Jaka is definitely not giving them any inch of space.
No. That said, no, they don't need much more, especially when Jaka bonks on the finish right there. So it's going to be an ace for Wumbo to start things off a little bit more, perhaps what they were expecting. If you were to go predictions, though, I'm leaning on the Wumbo side. I'm leaning on the Epos side because I just feel like when you have that one guy who you can trust to win like 40+% of the rounds, it just does you a lot of good. And I feel like Epos kind of has the potential to do that.
No, Epos, definitely. If you have seen recent competitions that have featured Epos, then you would, with very much confidence, be looking at this man to take it as well. I feel like Gravity and Wumbo are the two lineups that, honestly, I have in my predictions to be in the grand final together when it all is said and done. So that would be, that's how highly I regard them at the moment. But it will be a tough task for Jaka and Manta. But this tank wavelength, especially, given how close it is at the moment, they are doing really good times as well. 54.2 and 3 again, respectively, by Epos and Melio. That the pace is up there, and it's 7-1, and the fans of Brazil hopefully don't have PTSD.
Yeah, look, it's crazy because you are right. Like, Atrina is doing fantastic staying with him. That was 6,000ths of a second between second and third, but that was also 6,000ths of a second between 3 points and 0. The thing is, like, that is what's scary about teams like Wumbo, who, like, again, I'm kind of with you. I could see them going to the finals. I mean, granted, on my prediction sheet, I had Antic winning because, well, that's just how I roll.
We'll get back to that one later on.
Yeah, you look. Hey, Antic, they're just setting up the story through going 0-2 in Swiss and then winning the whole thing. But where we're at right now is a bit of mistake, actually, from Epos, but it's also a mistake from Manta as well. So Melio should be able to coast to an easy P1. Epos is actually gaining on Jaka as well. That said, we're coming to the end of the track, so unless something drastically terrible happens, it still will just be a meager round win for Wumbo. They'll be 1 point away. Jaka hits the finish. We see 1 and 3. Wumbo up now 9-2.
Yeah, and Melio also driving a PB, at least a personal best in that round as well. So yeah, it's rather complicated. You look at that and you're like, well, my opponent is driving personal bests in rounds. What am I supposed to do? I have a 0.2 and my teammate has a 0.3, but yeah. That's a bit complicated, and they only need now 1 point, so yeah. Gonna have to get the book out for an ace, and with Manta touching the wall, it looks to be that the first map pick by Wombo is going to be a pretty resounding success.
Yeah, I think Wumbo is very, very confident on this map. If we are learning anything right now, they just kind of have the feel and they've got the vibes, and they're going to be getting the results as well as they zoom their way through these last couple corners. It should be them grabbing that victory. And there was a mistake from Jaka as well, so they don't even need to risk it coming across the finish line. Sometimes that's when you get a little bit faster, though, when the pressure has been alleviated a bit. Curious to see what type of time Milo is going to get. 54.335. I mean, there you go. 3/10 off the world record and a solid round win, a track win for Wumbo.
Yep, that is if you're ready to go on your map pick, that is what you expect as well. But we are moving on to the next map as well, which is gonna be Frozen Waves to be our next map, at least once it does change. Once we correct the change here, but but in that regard, at least it is interesting to see as well. Like I said, I at the moment at least, if you are looking at any players that are exciting and absolutely on the point at the moment with competitions, it is Epos. And so far, I can't even recollect if anybody has really been able to genuinely beat him recently with ease. So he's really just absolutely stormed to the top and been an absolute nuisance. And I know a few lands are upcoming as well, and I'm pretty sure Epos is most likely going to be there as well. So I'm very excited for where he takes this year. I mean, if he wants to, 2024 can be his year, basically.
Yeah, it is exciting times right now for the young British player, and we'll see if that continues here for Wumbo. I mean, this realistically, this is still Swiss stages, right? So this still, yeah, it's to qualify to the top 8, but this is still business as usual for the favorites. They're just coming through, getting themselves warmed up for next week when we do get into the single elim top 8. Not going to want to miss that as, you know, this league continues on. But for right now, well, Epos is off to the good start. Melio, kind of similar to round 1 last time, finds himself a little behind, but we're not seeing any mistakes. We're not seeing any bonks. What we are seeing is a clean moves up that wall ride. A fight for first is won by Epos. It's a fight for second now with the remaining 3.
Yeah, and nobody did go for the wallbang, at least I didn't notice, so they are opting to go for simple release and then go for the tactic, and it's looking to work rather well for Wombo, as Epos and Melio are in a very commanding position at the moment. They are high pace, high octane, and looking to take the first round here with an ace. Melio has a bit of an awkward entry into that final section, but that is perfectly fine, as they drive those times that are visible on the left as well. Almost could have been a draw, technically, if Melio's line was even more awkward. But 3, that is still an ace, and that is Wombo again up to a good lead. I mean, of course, you might say that, oh, but this is a 2-0 maps. They should be heavily contesting each other. But the problem with a lot of this as well is, yes, you might have teams that are very close in pace. But if it's going to come down to 1,000s, you know, then the picture is not all painted with the scoreline to some extent.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you with that again. Trina is doing a fantastic job staying with it, and usually when a team is that close, those are the types of series where momentum can shift and appear to be so dramatic on a dime because of little mistakes like that, like we just saw from Melio. Now all of a sudden, Trina do have the lead in this round. It's going to be Mantra looking to finish it off. Something real quick, though, touching back to the finish, the risky finish on this track, worth noting, it looks like it's a big, wide gate to get through to come across at the end. That's not the case. You have to go directly underneath. If you're too wide but still go through the gate, you actually wind up missing that finish. So you have to be as centered as possible coming to the end. See if you can spot where those red bars are as we get to it. You have to be on that black course, which all 3 of our drivers were. Melio, though, will come across before.
Yep, that will at least mitigate some of the damage, giving Aterna a few points on the board, 4-2 being the score now. They can keep that going up, then that would be ideal for them. They definitely want map wins here, because, well, first of all, that's the recipe to actually win the match. Because if they're gonna allow Wombo to take this map, then we are moving on to the second map pick of Wombo, and that just puts them in a perfect position to take this match in a 3-0 fashion, which technically, they've only done it to Aterna Pivo before. There's 2 Aternas.
Ooh.
And one of the matches, Molotov actually was able to take their map pick, so it hasn't been the perfect 3-0 journey for Wombo.
Ooh.
But Melio and Epos at the moment having a round. And Epos just drives off. Sure,
Yeah.
that works as well. Didn't get much grip from the magnet and was sliding off basically. But that just makes Eterna's job ever so simple, and I don't think they've ever had a more simple round win than this, I think.
I mean, they had their first round win of the series last round, and they're going to get their first ace of the series this round. Eterna going to take the lead on track 2, making it 5-4 on Wumbo. All right, it was cruisy up until now. Time to put the serious hats back on. They're going to be down by 1. Still favoring them in this matchup, but I'm going to be curious to see how they bounce back here.
Yep, that is something that we have to look forward to. But usually when you have one of those rounds, you sort of shake it off, reset round, and nothing really went well there. It's just like, okay, one of those rounds, chuck him in the bin and you go, GG, go next round, basically. And that's usually the mentality, You will have one of those rounds occasionally where it's just nothing really works in that round, so you're just like, okay, fair. And Epos and Belio seem to be at least somewhat... Oh my god, that exit from Manta was absolutely clean as a whistle. Puts him right next to Epos and Yaka, but Epos still in the lead with Manta and Yaka closely nearby.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to catch Epos as much as possible. Epos kind of fighting for a draw right now because Melio does find themselves a bit further back and not getting any cleaner. If anyone's going to catch Epos, it's going to be Jaka, as they do have a bit more speed coming in to the wall slide. But it all comes down to these final last corners. Epos looking so clean, calm, cool, collected, all the words that start with C, including center, which is where he needs to be across that finish line. Wumbo actually takes the round as Manta made a mistake and had to reset.
Yep, he had to reset, and also Epos, and with a PB as well, unironically. Usually Epos has a lot more faster times, but I guess, some of the maps you hunt a bit more, some of the others. I don't know if I presume he has done some offline work as well, because I feel like if you look at the world record now and the PB just drove, I feel like Epos can do better. I definitely think he has a lot more in the bank, but hey, if that time wins you the round, well, you don't really need to do much more, I guess.
So, let's do a really stupid hypothetical. If there was a Trackmania driver who competed in these types of events and struggled immensely, never was always 5 to 10 seconds off world record, but for some reason every opponent he goes up against just chokes and fails, and he winds up winning a world championship, how would the community view him?
Well, I would more question the players who suck so much that they lose 10 seconds to that guy, rather than that guy. He's just driving,
No, but it's just even the best, for some reason, when they play against him, just choke and lose.
Well, then that's the problem on those people who choke, not the person who's minding their own business. But who's minding their own business is a man who drives a PB himself, who's Melio, with a 0.6. So, again, draw on the board, and it's 7-7. Both teams with a track point. And honestly, looking at the moment, it has looked that Eterna are the ones that have the position or the possibilities to actually pull it off. But this track can just turn upside down like a flip of the switch. And as much as I've seen Wombo have really solid starts, but then as we progress through the track, again, Melio and Epos are in the lead here every single time almost, but then the ice comes around and then everything changes. But now Wombo holding on so far and looking to take that ace that they would need for that 2-0.
Yeah, Manta had an oopsie moment. Jaka, for the first time in this entire track, didn't get the clean dismount out of the ice. That said, Melio out in front looks good. Epos less so. It looked like he actually used the wall bang right there. Jaka did not, and as a result, it's a little bit faster through this bit of track going into the plastic wall side. It is Jaka with the slight lead, but Epos has the speed to take second place right on back. In fact, Epos probably looking at P1. Melio goes very, very high, loses that momentum. That could keep Eterna in it, but they still lose the round. Wumbo on 1 point away from taking it all.
Oh, it's getting hot and spicy in here, Eterna. Yes, they can get to overtime with a victory, of course. Ideally, they would be like, let's just get the ace and be done with it. We don't want to give Wombo even a chance to get back into this, but they have to get it done now. And this is going to be a tough task. But again, Epos and Melio, they have some of the fastest starts from out of these four. But then it's just the ending, just slowly Eterna creep in ever so closer. And here as well, Manta at the moment, not the most comfortable line. Chaka touches the outside wall a bit as well. And again, Wombo are in a position, if they keep it this way, I mean, Eterna are the one that need a victory just to get to overtime. A draw won't do in this case.
Yeah, and I think they've got that lead that they're looking for, Epos and Emilio. We'll see if something crazy can happen. I mean, Manta is right there if a mistake were to befall Wombo, but it has to happen to both drivers because that is a solid 4/10 seconds of a lead, and it's just been getting wider and wider. Last turn, we saw Emilio go wide here. This time, both members from Wombo dismount cleanly, get in the center, get it done. It's an ace to win track 2.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see. 2-0 on your opponent's map pick now makes it a very difficult job for Eterna. They have to now go do literally a reverse sweep, and we go on to caution, which standard is map number 5. In this case, it's map number 3. Going off the script in some cases, it seems, but this is a track that has given us some moments of heartbreak and moments of absolute glory, and a reason to hate one specific tree also on this map.
Yeah, is that one. That one right there.
That one right there that we just passed.
I mean, look, we got to give that tree a name. It needs a name for how, like, infamous it has become.
I mean, Dream Crusher would be one way to put it, I guess.
I guess.
Let's just call it Dave, or
Dave's
Steve.
Good. I like
or
Dave.
Dave or Steve. I don't know. Does anybody like a Steve? Is there a Steve out, or is there like a name that genuinely?
The OG Blues Clues guy was named Steve. I don't want to throw him under the bus.
Dave maybe is a name. Maybe not all Daves are very much liked there. I don't know. Is there like a genuinely a name that happens to end up on people that genuinely are not good?
I don't. Kevin is one that comes to mind.
Dennis the Menace could be one.
Dennis is good. I like Dennis. I like it starting with D because it's a dream killer. I'm happy with Dennis. I want to roll with Dennis. I think.
Yeah, Dennis the Menace tree. Oh, it almost sounds like Dennis the Menace tree, but it's a Menace tree. But we are talking absolute crap at the moment because they're just casually driving, but nothing's really happening. It's a victory for Wombo. It's just your casual caution, bro. We have our podcast moment.
Emilio is going to come out in front. Emilio has been a bit of a surprise to me because I feel like Emilio is either finishing first or like in the back after hitting a bonk. Like Emilio has been pushing it, and that has resulted. Like you can see that 40% of the first place right now has won the most rounds out of like everyone here. Interesting to see that be the case.
Yeah, but when you look at something as well, check Melio's and Epos' stats. They're exactly the same. 26% crash rate, 40% first position. I don't know if that's just a perfect concoction for a team, if anything. They are perfectly in sync in even stats, basically. So it puts Manta and Chaka in a position where they have to actually just send it, but they are in a position where they have to win. They just cannot be like, oh, we'll give one map away. They have to push it, they have to send it, and Melio and Epos, I mean, for their level of skill, this end shouldn't cause issues. But that's just saying things.
Yeah, that's just asking to be casting some spells, but I think they'll be okay as they go through the last 2 turns. It's going to be an ace for Wombo.
Nice
and, I mean, here's the thing that I'm a little bit concerned about. Jaka is the only driver in this lobby that is yet to actually win a round. That's concerning to me because it's just putting more pressure onto Manta, I feel like, to be right up there. But even then, Manta has been struggling to find round wins as well. It's also just a testament to how strong Wombo is and why they are one of the favorites of this event.
I mean, as long as Manta gets first and Chaka gets second, I mean, then of course it will always be, 0%, on paper technically, So It depends, you can twist and turn those
F1
numbers
rules.
every way around, It's
F1 rules. Beat your teammate. It's more important to beat your teammate than your opponents.
exactly, as long as you beat your teammate, then you're doing at least something better in the long run. Whether you want to do it consistently and have your teammate be last, but Melio in the dump, that's what you want to see in Eterna's position. But Epos is the one they have to beat in the end, and so far Epos has been clean cut and delivering those victories for Wumbo when it's mattered, and he's just going off to the sunset, not making a mistake and a half, and that's going to be a fast time. Still, I know it's a 0.4, not the fastest, not as fast as previous round, but still fast enough to get the draw.
Yeah, but I think what was scary about that was how much faster Apos was hitting that NASCAR section compared to everybody else, right? Like, that's what is scary to me, because that just tells me they had a rough start, but the finish was still incredibly clean. And if you're able to consistently have a strong finish like that, where you're bringing it back when you're going, that was a solid, like, 20 kilometers faster than the other players, that's going to be spooky.
That is indeed true, but then again, that's something that you always have to keep in mind. I mean, but I always think of with the philosophy as well. Like when I practice for matches, or I've done so, I always, you always drive the risky way. You never really drive slow, if you know what I mean. Your goal is to be fast. Not necessarily always consistent. Some teams, do tend to go for more. One of the players is more consistent, maybe not as full sending. But I feel like the comfort is when you're pushing the lines that you've practiced, aka the fastest lines. So as soon as somebody says, "Oh, you can go safe," my brain goes away. I don't know what the hell am I supposed to do? And then I'm in Manta's position where I'm last in the wall and looking as Epos and Melio are about to get an ace on the board.
9-2. Wumbo one track away from putting this one through. One round even before it is all theirs. All they need to do is not get aced 3 times in a row. I think they can do it, Critty. I'm pretty confident they can avoid being aced 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I would put my money on that as well. At the moment, at least, the only person that has been last at the moment from Wumbo's team has been Melio. Epos has constantly been first or second, and with Jaka, Manta having an absolute collapse of everything, I think at this point they also realize, hey, it is the better team. I mean, we tried, but it's just not working at the moment. They are just Melio giving a bit, I guess, but no, it's Jaka also clips the uphill third part there, goes a bit too high, so it's a bit of a GG at the moment. I think everybody's sort of realizing that Epos is just going towards the sunset, and we call it a day here.
Yeah, we're going to call it a Wumbo dub. All said and done, all we need to do is watch these last couple turns across the line. Wumbo has qualified for the top 8. So they will be our first team in those quarterfinals, I do believe, because Gravity and Wild, I mean, they're currently 1-1 when I last checked, so they're definitely still doing battle. We might even have a chance to jump over there if producer man allows us to, but for right here, right now, Wumbo officially the first team in the top 8, the first team that we will be seeing in 1 week's time.
Yep, that is as convincing as you're going to get, and I feel like it's when I look at the spreadsheet or the bracket at the moment, I feel like we already saw Wild, but technically we haven't seen Gravity at play today. So I feel like it's only just that we go on to the match number 1 and see who will be the second team to get through to the playoffs, because we actually haven't seen Gravity, and Gravity is the team that technically everybody's eyeing to be in the grand final, as I said already before.
Oh my god. All right, look. I know it's probably cheap, it's probably lame. No one really cares about like fanning over the types of cars people are using, but who was it? I saw it briefly, that old school. I think that was actually an Indy car, not an F1 car.
It's Marsley who has an interesting
I think that's an old IndyCar design. I could be wrong, but that is a beautiful looking car.
Well, I have for me at least, for what it is an ace for Gravity as well on Frozen Waves. For me, Marsley at the moment is showing with again the old Trackmania car.
Well, it is.
And with the
Yeah, it is
Castrol
the old.
skin,
Yeah.
which is a good homage to, I believe, the. Isn't that related to the old VRC, World Rally Championship cars?
Oh, maybe it is because like
Because
it is the same design. I thought it was an old Castrol Indy car that design was. I'm sure someone in chat probably knows. It's just like, oh yes, it was like this series, 1984, driven by Pastor Maldonado before he became the F1 driver everyone loves to meme on. Either way, Gravity actually up 8-5 right now. They have a chance to take this track. They have a chance to put this one away, and they are leading the round.
Yep, they are in a victory position, and that is exactly what they need. Of course, if no shenanigans happens in the end, which we have seen a few of, this should be a case done and closed, and we move on to the next map as Jan looking to be first, Wizzy looking to be second, Marsley looking to be third, Stufs is respawning multiple times, and that is exactly what is going to happen. It is a victory for Stufs tries to go for the wicket. Well, him finishing doesn't make any difference in the outcome, but it is 2-1 for Gravity, and that will be the scoreline for this second high match, I guess 2-0 match for the time being.
Yeah, it was a very strong finish for them. Gravity now up, going on to, instead of calling it match point, can we call it track point? Can we call it something stupid like that? No, probably not. It's
Technically
match
it was
point.
a track point, but now they have match
Yeah,
point.
yeah, I think we still call it match point. Either way, they are one away from getting it done, so why not try to make it as perfect as possible? On to perfection. We're not switching tracks. They did get the playlist lined up correctly, and I feel like we've seen this track more than any other in deciding matches, except for maybe Caution.
Yeah, I mean, this map has produced some quite recent heartbreaks and some indecisions and some things that could have gone wrong and could have gone right. We do not speak of those moments. I'm sure those players know exactly what happened, and we do as well. If you were here before for the Subvulcarian owned match. But for the time being, Marsley and Stufs at least shake hands. We touch both walls, and Jan and Wizzy are the ones fighting up in front. But Wild are the one who have to actually get something done, and it is technically their map pick, so could be going well.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to bring this one back. Also, speaking of heartbreak, Antic, first team eliminated that has not forfeit, unfortunately, has dropped down to 0-3. Both in their last match, and well, for the day. So Antic has been eliminated. Wizzy and Jan eliminate themselves from contention in winning this round, as well as they each drive off the same edge. So Stuffs should be able to kind of cruise to victory. Marsley right behind will finish P2, so we won't get an ace. What we will get instead is a draw as Jan hits the risky finish to make it 1-1.
Yep, that is indeed a draw to start us off. So Gravity and Wild are sort of testing the waters, and not only the waters of the finish block. So clearly they are looking to see how things are going. Not the most usual or clean round for everybody involved. I think everybody had a bit of a shaky start, but that's the first round. You get the cobwebs out. Well, you have been playing technically 2 matches before this, but every first round is a first round. In every match, so I'm trying to make a point here at this point. They're trying to accentuate this, but at the moment everybody's neck and neck, so nothing's really else happening. They're just close.
Yeah, it's just a super tight round, it looks like, and I'm here for that. As everyone kind of makes their way to the second part of the track, it is going to be Jan currently in first place. And it doesn't look like Stuffs or Wizzy had the speed. Wizzy does take a little bit of a wider line and is going to get more speed up into the dirt, but then loses it as they kind of slide out a bit too hard. Jan still holding on. Risky finish. Everyone goes for it, and it's going to be another draw.
Yep, another draw, and a very competitive draw at that as well. Times in the 0.2s and 0.4s. And those are very solid round times on this map as well, so definitely pushing the limits here. Stufs is pushing the limit of that corner. What did he even hit there? I don't even... Is there? I don't think there is actually anything to hit. What actually happened to him? I just quickly glanced on him, but yeah, Stufs is absolutely in the mud. So it's all up to Wizzy to hold the team in front. I honestly don't know what he hit there or how he
I want to
I'm
replay of that
bamboozled, to be
one.
honest.
I want to go back in time and kind of figure it out. I'm going to be paying attention at the start of next round as everyone seems to be bonking this time around. Marsley kind of got up high on the dirt. Jan did as well right behind, which normally would mean Wizzy could run away from it, but it was a good recovery from Marsley, who's able to stay right on it. In fact, has the more risky line, has the speed, can't quite maintain it in the dirt. Wizzy is just going to have to nail the risky finish. It's going to be tight. In they go. Wizzy P1. But Jan P3, meaning we again get a draw.
They are just biding their time. They're just, again, they're just trying to see, okay, who's gonna pull the trigger first, who's gonna take the first victory or ace on the board. And if anything, it just allows everybody to get back in schedule, because if they're gonna draw their way out, there are some matches that are still 1-1 when I look at the bracket, so they're just, like making sure everything runs smoothly in schedule, every match ends simultaneously at the same time, they're just like, okay, it's 3-3, maybe one more draw, and then everybody should be back on paper on the same way. We'll see about that. For the time being, at least, again, Wizzy up in front, Jan and Marsley trying to chase down, and I don't want to be that guy, but at the moment, it's looking to be like another draw.
It could be the case. However, Jan is able to get in front of Wizzy all of a sudden, and Stoofs is pretty far back, so unless Marsley makes a pretty big mistake,
Ooh,
well,
but
could be in
Wizzy!
Drawsville. It's actually Wizzy who bonks this time. Ace potential right now. Let's not throw it away by doing anything silly on the risky finish. Both cards get through, and it's a 6-3 Gravity lead.
That is exactly what you want in Gravity's position, and not what you want to see if you're in Wild's position as well. Because 6-3 against an opponent who has a map advantage, and Stoofs clipping though. I swear to God, Stoofs has probably found every single way to sort of make a mistake in the start, and I don't know how he does it. In some sense, it's admirable, but it's not really helping them in the long run, as Wizzy again in a position where he has to hold on to first. There's nothing much more he can do. He just has to get the draw in. It will lead to Gravity getting to match point with 7, but it's at least a minimum he can do to hold off the worst.
That said, Marsley's right on Wizzy's tail, so there is still a bit of pressure to make sure you stay perfect throughout the latter half of this track, because it could very easily go Gravity's way with one simple mistake, and if it's going to happen, it's going to be on this uphill climb. It's where so many drivers have lost speed. Wizzy won't do it this time, lines themselves up straight, gets P1. It's another draw. Gravity are one ace away from winning the match.
Yeah, that is the case. One ace will do it. You are completely right. The math is on point. But the same way you can look at it that Wild need 2 aces. Now, I am curious to what exactly is Stoofs trying to do. Is he trying to go for like a lower landing? No, not really. He's just going very close to the pole there. That's one thing he was doing. But hey, he's gotten past the start. It's an improvement, And again, it's Jan who is slightly behind. But again, it's now... If there's any time for Stoofs to come alive, this is the perfect time, because they need those aces.
Yeah, I mean, an ace right here would definitely make the end of this map very, very dramatic indeed. And right now, Wild, they are fighting for that 1-2 spot. Marsley, though, has been the one who is up there fighting for first place. It feels like every single round here on Perfection. And now they're back into that top spot. Stoofs has just been falling further and further back. And Jan consistently about 2 to 3 tenths back, just hoping to pick up any scraps. It's going to come down to the finish. How risky are we feeling? Marsley's going to have to go for it. It's looking like another draw as 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everyone is clean, and it's now an 8-5 lead for Gravity.
Yeah, it was looking very good, but Marsley definitely not allowing any funny shenanigans to happen here. We were in the lead. We stay in the lead, and Wild, even after having a very solid start, but now Wizzy goes a bit too inside, touches wall and pole simultaneously, and has no gear or speed whatsoever. Stoofs clips as well. And honestly, I can't help you guys. I can try to curse Jan and Marsley, but I don't think I have the power to do anything about this at the moment, because Jan and Marsley are doing rather well, and it is literally match point, and they need only a victory, and they are in an ace position with a second.
We've seen this before, though.
It can't go wrong, Max. It can't.
We've seen this before. All I'm saying is we thought it was over once upon a time, round 2, okay, and things got a little spicy, but all you have to do is take the safe finish. Just play it safe. They don't. Doesn't matter. They nail it this time. Gravity will move on. They're going to play next week. They finish second team to get to the top 8, but I still think they might be the #1 seed overall. Either way, Gravity, they advance.
That is indeed. They advance. Well, the two teams that were supposed to advance to the playoffs in 1 and 2, Gravity and Wumbo, have actually done it as well. So looking forward to them in the playoffs as well. GG to them. Now, I do believe there are still some matches underway. Even after those draws, some matches are still... But apparently 6 is the one on the board. And it does have a team that we haven't actually seen. So we are moving on to Jungle Cap and Poop Mandarin. A very fitting name, a very interesting name. It is a conglomeration of Marijn and Pupur, and Brawly and Seven, who we've seen before. Maybe not the team that you wish to see, Max, given what they did to Antic. But overall, you know, they are in the lead against Pupur and Marijn. So interesting to see.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold this one out. At the moment, Jungle Gap, though, they are the ones who are on match point, but they're going to have to do so, it looks like, from a pretty significant disadvantage because, well, that's an ace for Puma Rage, and I have zero chance of pronouncing this name correctly. It is 2:30 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm looking at a bunch of letters that is clearly not English, clearly Scandinavian, and I hate it.
Well, the best part is it's not even Scandinavian, it's Dutch. Because the players are Dutch themselves.
True.
Close, but not close enough. But it is, yeah, Poop Mandarin. What a name and a half. They could have gone with the one that was given in the announcement, because the name didn't fit in the announcement, so they were given Team NL, you know, like Team Netherlands.
Look,
but, you know.
Look, all I'm going to say is if you're going to call Wild British, I'm going to call Poop Mandarin from, you know, Scandinavian, all right? I think that's fair.
I mean, you know, they are at least sharing some of the country, and when I said it, so technically the rivalry between Ireland and British are is a bit more than that. So technically, you are correct. In other words, we get to see that there could be a draw on the other hand here, and if Pupur can hold it, just about. And Marijn actually comes in and overtakes Brawly as well. So 5-9 on the board, and looking to go into map number 5 as well.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see another Caution map 5, which it has to be, right? Like, that's just the rule. Caution is the map 5 map, so we'll see if that comes through, or if Jungle Gap has something a little magical in themselves to maybe bring this one back. And Ace will certainly make things interesting. It's what they need to stay alive. And out of the gate, it's not looking that great because 7 is falling quite far back.
Yeah, he's not the most formidable start. I don't think he made really any mistake. It was just not the most comfortable lines with the most amount of speed at the moment. But, you know, he's still in contention. You know, if something were to happen up in front, he could just quickly snack that position right away. Hopefully it's not his teammate and the red-colored names up in front. But at the moment, at least 7 is giving us a nice camera overview of everybody in front. I mean, at least we cannot complain about that. But at the moment, he needs to be there, because a draw or a victory and probably not hitting the tree is not what they need at the moment.
Nah, we're going to a track 5, and I'm A-okay with that. I'd much rather see this one finish in the way that it should. Now, it should be worth reminding everybody, both these teams are 1-1, so this isn't an elimination match, but it will make the job a lot easier for whoever wins this next round to kind of push themselves into the end as we get ready to gear up and go. Oh, look at that, it's Caution.
Oh, map number 5 being Caution. Name a better duo in this matchup. You can't. You know, you could name Epos and Melio. No, it's track number 5 and Caution, the best duo in this tournament at this point. Consistent and almost always at map number 5.
Hey, I like it because it does, I think, have one of the most dramatic endings. Unlike Perfection, where the dramatic ending just comes from people making poor decisions on which finish to go for, this one, it's all about maintaining that speed, and we have seen the dramatic conclusions there. So I'm here for another one. Jungle Gap, will they be able to do it? It is, you know, the French flag, and the French flag turned sideways. Yes, I know, that is the Netherlands. Here we go. Track number 5.
But which way you would put it is the French sideways Dutch, or the Dutch
You know what?
right way French?
I'm going to go with the Dutch or right way. You know what? That's what the winner of this match is going to tell us, all right? That's what we're driving for. That's what we're playing for.
We can ask them later on.
Yeah. Whoever wins this match has the correct facing flag.
Yeah, true. That's definitely canonically and actually for real true how that gets decided in the world. And currently it is actually the Frenchmen who seem to be fighting for that flag right at the moment, because they are in a 1-2 position and they have experience in denying wins of other teams, you know, and they're looking to do exactly the same to Poop Mandarin.
Ah!
But 7 hitting the wall is exactly what is going on. Everybody's neck and neck. Broly has to push it to get first position, and he actually sends it and gets it. Holy, he probably was pixels away from touching the wall.
Woo, Brawly putting it on the line, and that just saves the draw, bailing 7 out after that crash through the NASCAR section. You love to see it if you're a fan of Jungle Gap, and that is a promising sign for these rounds. GRs all around, starting off our next point. And again, as long as you avoid Dennis the Menace, everything should be nice and tight and tidy. 7's already far back, though, so Brawly, again, is probably going to have to push themselves come to the end of this round.
Yep, he is, again, put in the position where he has to put on the big boy pants and get the job done. With Marijn and Bupur hot in pursuit, Marijn more so than Bupur. And Brawly looking to actually get the job done again. I mean, man clearly is willing to push it if need be. And currently he knows that, you know, first place or bust. I need it for my team. As Bupur, Marijn hits the wall and Bupur was a bit shaky. Really didn't need to push it, but I guess Marijn was really trying to get closer to Brawly, but Brawly really not giving anything. So it's points given to Jungle Cap, and Marijn with a very hard-hitting mistake gives more points to Jungle Cap.
Yeah, Jungle Gap pulling themselves that one ahead. Players taking unnecessary risks. Again, it's always track 5 where we start to see that stuff come together, and now as we go through, I saw people in chat asking what I was talking about with Dennis. Clearly you didn't listen to the podcast earlier, and that's all good. I'm glad you're with us now. That tree right there to the left, that's Dennis, okay? We don't like Dennis. Dennis is bad. Dennis ruins dreams.
Yep, Dennis is a menace. That tree has caused already trouble for a lot of players, so you know, if somebody wants to go and get a chainsaw and cut it down, you're more than welcome to. I think a lot of people would be very, very happy at least. But, you know, we have a bit of a soft spot for Dennis the Menace. But as us as casters, maybe not so much as for the players, because for them it is a menace. For us, it is menacingly good fun.
Yeah, it's peak entertainment. Just like I think the finish of this match might be, because 7 is slowly gaining on Pobear, but it doesn't look like they'll get there. Meanwhile, Brawly in the back has bonked, so they're well and truly out of it, and I don't think 7 is the type to send it right here. They still try. They're not going to get it. Round 1 by the Netherlands side, and all of a sudden we're tied once again 4-all.
Yep, 4-4. They're really squeezing water out of a rock at this point, really trying to get this done, but they're just either getting a draw or getting back to a draw position, so really nothing to go by as well. And in the meantime, this is the final match as well that is still ongoing, so they have really made this match last so long that everything else is completed, and they are still 4-4, so this match could still go on for a fair few minutes, which for us is perfectly fine. We prefer that, of course. We always love a bit of more action, but for the others and for 7, well, they would like to get just 2 aces and be done with it, to be honest, but Brawly is the one who has to again go for a draw at this point.
Yeah, 7 has just been having some struggles, it feels like, on this track right now. We'll see if Brawly will be able to hold on. That said, Margin also has been having some awkward moments, so the fight is up there for first through the NASCAR section. It is Pober who is a bit more out in front, and Brawly's actually losing a lot of speed. Won't get caught. It will be just an easy win for, again, the Netherlands side. 6-5 lead. Not on match point yet, and you kind of half expect the next round to go Jungle Gap's way.
Yeah, and also in chat is Dennis himself as well, also a Dutch player as well. So I know Dennis quite well as well. And hey, if anything, hey Dennis, You know, you see that tree that is upcoming? We named it after you. You can look at it
Yeah,
that
there
way.
you go.
Definitely not a menace to a lot of players. Either way, regardless of how we name things and why we name things in the first place, it is currently at the moment a situation where Marijn finds himself a bit further behind than, honest to God, I feel like this is going to be again one of those cases where Jungle Gap get a victory and it will be 7-7.
That's kind of
my
what
prediction, basically.
That's kind of what I was hinting at before. I kind of feel like we are just going to continue this back and forth train. Also, Dennis, hi, my name's Formal. We've never met. Food costs are expensive. If you could teach me how to photosynthesize, that would be fantastic. Out in front right now, though, 7 again is in that chasing position. This time they get through the gap because it's Pobar who winds up making the mistake. A chance for an ace for Jungle Gap if Brawly can nail the final turn. That's it. Margin's got the speed, gets the snipe, and there you go. We're tied again, 7-all.
Hey, I told you, you know, money, if I was a predicting man, those odds would have gotten money for that round. Clearly, I am the caster. I know things. I know how the script works. Clearly not the scripted event, FYI, just saying. But I know the script. That's what I'm saying. 7-7, both teams on the verge of winning with an ace here. 7-7, who will get it? Will it be the Dutch fanboys who will be cheering in chat? Or will it be the French Le Rouge that will get it done? We will have to wait and see. But at the moment, again, equal on terms. We'll have to see how things pan out. It's just very hard to call at this point. They're 7-7.
Yep.
Everything dictates it will be a draw.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be determined here. But that said, if Pobar makes a mistake right now, Margin is at the back, and Brawly is pretty fast through the NASCAR section. I don't see Margin catching anybody unless we catch a bong. Now, 7 is off their normal line. They're looking a little wide. That could get sketchy, or it could work out in their favor because 7 moves into P1. So much speed, but Brawly bumps, and we're going to get the draw.
It's like it's scripted. We've gotten draw, victory, victory, draw, victory, and now another draw. So if everything goes accordingly, it should be a victory now. But for who? Now, mystery here. Get your detective caps on. Who will it be actually getting the victory here? Will it be this round? Will we get another draw? Find out when we get to the finish line on this one.
Yeah. I mean, we only have about 40 seconds, if that, away from figuring this one out. And Margin has just made what could be the fatal mistake now. Brawly and 7. I mean, look, you still need to finish P1. You still need to win the round. A draw won't seal the deal. And it's on to 7, I think, to stay up ahead. Brawly can play this one a little bit more conservatively, but 7 cannot afford to. Either way, Brawly has had some speed in the NASCAR 7. 7 has had a little bit more into those last high-speed corners. 7 right behind, just barely misses the wall, not once but twice. That line is insane. And look, has a car length lead, but Pobar is coming back. Final turn, has to risk it, will not get it. Jungle Gap goes through. They finish 2-1.
What a way to conclude this round. I mean, they ran it perfectly again. Like I said, one victory to go, but who it goes to? Well, it is Jungle Gap. It is the Frenchmen who take it, go into the 2-1 matches and put Poop Mandarijn in the lower end at the moment in the 1-2 bracket. But what a way to end it. 10-9. What a close affair. Now that's what we love to see. More of that. Well, for people who are waiting for their matches, maybe not. But for us, hey, more of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely sick way to finish. And we have passed the halfway point now on this evening. Only 2 more rounds left. 2 teams have qualified. Congratulations to Gravity and to Wumbo. 2 teams have bowed out. Antic, breaking my heart. 4 Wolves as well. Thank you for participating. But we're still going to send through another 3 and send home another 3. Round 4 is where things get at nearly their peak dramatic levels. Round 5 might up it even then. Either way, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, our 4th of 5. right, welcome back to the action, everybody. We are warming up for our upcoming match between Molotov and Piwo, and look, it's been a pretty long, crazy day already, and something, Critty, that I have to point out. Trackmania players, look, it's all about consistency, right? It's all about finding your routine, hitting your marks, just getting into that groove. We're seeing the same track order, it feels like, every single round.
Well, yes, when the pick and ban phase went through, it was technically what we've seen before. Wavelength, Frozen, Waves, VOG Beers, Perfect, and Caution. That has been sort of the scripted map pick order for everybody. I don't know if everybody was just like, collectively came together, let's just do this. Seems fine to us, and we all do it. Some people have gone against the grain. We will talk to them a bit later. But everybody at the moment at least favors Wavelength quite a bit, and at least among the first maps, and including Frozen Waves, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought the Ice map would be the one that would see the least amount of play, but apparently nobody likes NASCAR. Apparently now it was Ice. Now it's becoming NASCAR. But what is happening at the moment is the fact that Pivo is looking. Well, they do take first position, but Wardrobe has to go for the lower finish, and it is a draw on the board with Molotov Gaming and Pivo starting off with a good handshake and a draw.
Yep, good handshake to start us off to warm us into the map. Look, they've been playing a lot of Trackmania at this stage, and this is a 2-1 match, so winning this match will get you through, will advance you to the quarterfinals, so definitely something to play for as Huso went up bonking early. Tell us a little bit more about this Molotov team, because we know about P1. We saw them earlier today. We know about Wardov and Henkin. We know what they're all about. But what is Molotov all about, and why is this being called a World Finals rematch?
I mean,
well, not
the
finals,
thing is,
but World Championship rematch.
Well, the thing is, like, funnily enough, I believe, if my memory serves me right, Beta Toast and Henken at the Gravity X Pivo team actually played against Molotov Gaming in the World Tour, if our memory serves us right, or they have come across in their paths once before as well. There was a funny interaction in the in-game chat as well, as this round looking to be a draw as well, as Henken was... Has to reverse and gives away the position to Huso. It's actually a victory for Molotov. I couldn't even finish my point while Enken, it's kind of karma for in a way, because what I'm about to say, because Henken in chat said that he has an upgrade over his previous teammate, aka Beta Toast, in-game chat. So a bit of throwing his old teammate a bit under the bus, not gonna lie, but it's all fun and games. It was a nice joke, and everybody actually had a giggle out of it as well. But when he's last position in that last round, a bit of karma is always deserved. Yeah. But all in all, it's looking to be rather close.
Yeah, look. He said that the new teammate was better than the old one. Not that he was better than the old teammate. Okay, it was the other people to protect, I guess, their own ego. Either way, that was a bit of an awkward bonk, unfortunately, for Wardov, though, who finds himself behind, and now Molotov has a chance to get even further ahead in this one, especially if Henkin finds up behind Huso. That said, Henkin is currently sitting P2 and might have a bit more speed into the finish. Was able to snipe it. 0.003 of a second. Henkin forces the draw.
That is Wavelength in a nutshell. If you go safe, the other person can go tighter, and that's always the difference in that part of the end. The tighter you go, the better chances you have of actually finishing first, and that is exactly why you really don't want to go for the wider finish line, because you get that trigger quite early actually, so you can snipe quite effectively in that end. And we've seen it already multiple times, so it's not like it just happens once in a blue moon. It has happened quite a few times, to be honest now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of just small disaster areas happening, and I mean, Ignite is going to want to forget this round, because this has just been all disaster for the driver on Molotov, who is currently sitting P4 out in front of Huso. Looking for their first round win, is going to need it to force the draw, unless something dramatic happens to P1 at the end right now. Is going to go for a very risky line, but that's what you need. P1 means a draw, and Molotov holds on to their 1-point lead.
Yep, that will suffice for now. 5-4 on the scoreboard. That will do. That will keep them in the lead for now. But we've seen that currently I feel like it could be just one round which can go horribly wrong for one of the teams, and the other team gets an ace, and then all of a sudden that scoreboard looks anything but close for the time being. But so far they're giving each other a good run for their money, and clearly nothing much to really separate them apart from one mistake that maybe one person makes. Apart from that, they're really keeping it close. Victory, draw, no aces. Good pace. It means that we have two teams of very good or even skill level. And Huso and Ignite, well, we really didn't get to that point before. I know you asked this, but Huso and Ignite definitely are players who grind this game as well. If they put their mind to it, they can grind maps very effectively and can be very fast as well. The only team that has really not beaten them, and as soon as I praise them, what was I talking about? Another team getting an ace.
You're talking about how great Piwo is, how fantastic Piwo is, and how good that team is as a duo.
God forbid, how the hell does this happen, Max? How is that even possible? Like, I'm trying to be nice, man. Come on. I just can't be asked at this point. I just try to keep it like I actually admire Huso Ignite. I've seen them a lot of times in MEA stuff as well a lot, and they do really well, apart from when they go up against Chemko and Birdie. They usually get beaten by them. But yeah, I mean... At least Pivo is in the lead. If you're a Pivo fan, I guess that's a positive. You can look at it.
I gave you the spell book, okay? I asked you to talk about them, so you can put as much blame on that one on me as you do on you. But it's all good because, yes, it might be Trackpoint, but an ace is very hard to come by here, and we'll see if they're able to piece it together. Huso is the one out in front, and I don't see Huso actually dropping it, at least not at the moment. In fact, Ignite might be even able to steal away P2, and it could be an ace going Molotov's way. They've just got to stick the ending. Again, this is where the most dramatic finishes have been happening. Wardov needs a perfect ending and gets the snipe on Ignite. So no ace Piwo, 1 round away, 1 round victory away, I should say, from winning the first track.
I mean, it balances itself out, apparently, so even if I manage to absolutely destroy somebody's hopes and dreams, at least the world... at least the world's balance of luck sort of shifts towards the other side then after that. But at the moment, we see at least that the situation now, at least the point score puts both teams in a situations where they can get track point. Of course, Molotov would have loved the ace because then they would have been in the lead. Of course, with a much better scoreline, but, you know, you take it or leave it. You know, if you ace them now, then it's all for nothing, you know, or all for the glory in that regard. But Henken is trying to hold them off, and if Wardrov can sneak a few more snipes in, Molotov is not safe.
No, I mean, no one is safe right now. Look how tight this is. All 4 cars in with each other, but it's a bit of a disaster for Huso, which puts all the pressure on Ignite to try and finish in P1, but they're going wide. They're trying to find the tight angle, but it's a mistake from Wardov. Wardov has to go safe finish, and it's a draw that keeps Molotov alive.
They really are squeezing every single ounce of this round. This is the first map, by the way. It's not map number 5. It is the first map, and it's 8-9, and we have yet at least minimum 2 maps to go. So they're really taking their good old time here, but Molotov now off to a banging start at the moment. 1 and 2 up in the lead. Wardrov is a bit further behind. Even Henken struggling to keep up a bit. So very solid position for everything considered. Huso hits the wall, but somewhat survives it. But a lapse of judgment by Wardrov as he just sends it to the pole, thinking he will be able to get it. So Henken has to get P1 here, or it will be overtime.
Oh boy. I'm feeling overtime. That said, Huso's still struggling. Wardov, though, too far back. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's all on Henken to try and get the snipe at the end. And I mean, we've seen the snipe, it feels like, on every single round finish. Do we get it one more time? Ignite cannot afford to play it safe, does not play it safe. That should be and is a Molotov win, which means we go to extra points.
Yep, overtime, and it's the first map. Really not giving us any breaks whatsoever. So I'm gonna put out there a very easy bet that I think this is the only match we see of round 4. At least that's what we're currently seeing, because if some other matches take as long as this, then it's another banger we missed, because at the moment overtime 10-10, and well, winner takes this map, I guess. Good luck.
I mean, look, it could still finish like a 3-0 for a team, right? Like, so who
True.
knows? I don't want to
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't call it just yet. I've seen many a 3 overtime victories for one side over another, but at the moment, if we were to look at one, Molotov has the advantage because it was Wardov that had the unfortunate bump, which puts all the pressure on Henkin to try and finish P1.
Yeah, but he has to now push it, and I don't think his line was the best. He goes for the more inside line, but he has to release, so exit speed more for Ignite and Huso. That's a bounce you don't want. That is exactly what you want to
Yeah,
avoid. You want it to be smooth, and unless Ignite and Huso have the biggest brain fart in the end, that should be their round, and it is their round. It is with an ace, as Henken can't even get across the line in time. Even his teammate overtakes him, and it is Molotov Gaming. First map pick, first win on the board, but a very hard-fought one. But I guess it's the result in the end that matters.
And I got to go back to Wardov stuffing up the ending just 2 rounds ago that kept Molotov in it, that allowed us to go to that extra track point, that allowed us to get that overtime. Here we go. On to track number 2. And I mean, I I don't know how hard PWO is going to feel after that loss, how hard done they might be feeling, especially because now they're going back to their own comfort track. This should be an opportunity for them to bounce back, I would have to think.
I would say, like, the thing is, like, you can always look at it in a positive way, that which you should, you gave a really hard-fought battle on your opponent's map pick, and it was their first pick,
Yeah.
It wasn't like the second pick or the third pick, well, technically there is no third pick. It wasn't their second pick map, so you can look at it in that way, in a very positive manner, that you gave a lot of fight in that first map. Would have been great to get it, but I don't think it's the end of the world, and if they get a very comfortable win from this map, I think it sets up Pivo even better than it does Molotov in my eyes, given the result. But, I'm talking when the score is 0-0 still, so, that can still bite anybody in the butt. So we'll see how things will go on Frozen Waves.
Yeah, we will see how this one does play out. I mean, when it comes to Frozen Waves, here is the Frozen Wave. Again, I feel like it's the one track within an identity, and, well, it's that turn right there, and it is Wardov who got the clean exit from the identity. It's now Warvov who had the lead, but then Stuff's going into the wall climb, and he goes from P1 to P4. All of a sudden, Molotov, they're set up for the ace.
Yep, that is not the sight you want to see after coming off from a very close round on your map pick, that there's 2 blue cars up in front in the first round looking to get a very comfortable lead and going 3-0 up. So this is looking rather good for them as well. But as they go on to the actual identity, I guess the previous one is a bit of a prelude to what is to come. But with Ignite and Huso, 2,000 separating each other, good teamwork, good ace. And that is 3-0 on the board for the boys in red. Well, they are technically on the blue team, but the team colors are technically red. Yeah, why is everybody in a red card to begin with? Is my question. But they should have just gotten better skins.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I think I annoyed Randomized by identifying the wrong identity. It's the identity to me because it's the turn I struggled with the most, okay? Stupid track, stupid Randomized making crazy track right now. Either way, yeah, Molotov, fantastic ace to start things off. I guess he would consider the identity that jumps at the end, right? If I had to guess,
Well, if we go by the actual definition, by the identity in the Trackmania lexicon and word dictionary, is identity is the one at the end of the track with a unique way of doing things, separating it from the rest of the track, and that ending is definitely unique to its own.
Well, okay,
the rest
but
of the track.
everything about this track is unique and different and makes no sense. So is the entire track an identity? Because technically, if you go backwards, you pretty much encompass the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I think Randomized did really go under the weather in that regard, that he didn't include any backwards parts. That's the only thing I'm missing. But there should be a full speed section. There should be an RPG section. There should be a khaki trick somewhere here as well.
Absolutely no
khaki. Should
khaki.
encompass everything. So a few bullet points to take here. Note that down. Note that down for the next time. But in the meantime, we have been talking absolute Gram stuff, while Molotov is just like, we're 5-1 ahead, casters. Do you notice that as well? Yes, we do notice.
It's 3 in the morning, Molotov. No, I don't.
Well, for me, it's 7 p.m., so I should be, I guess, the one that is keeping an eye out. But I'm entertaining the conversation ideas. It is quite fun to go about it. But at the moment, Molotov Gaming are just having a good time. People
They
are
are.
the one that are struggling to really get anything going, and it's their map pick, and it's even more convincing than the previous one.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to get another win here, courtesy of Ignite, as they're just holding down the fort up in P1, and Henkin can't really afford to make a mistake, as Huso does have speed coming into the plastic slide. Around the wall we go. Another ace on the table for Molotov, onto the not real fake identity. They're looking pretty good. Final turns across the finish line. It's an ace for Molotov.
Yeah, this is not looking good if you're a Pivo fan. That is for sure. Currently, not really anything coming together at the moment. But hey, props to Molotov Gaming at the moment. Clearly, they are in a 2-1 match. The goal is to go through the playoffs, and clearly the sight is the playoffs. And if they keep doing this at the moment, it doesn't give much room for people to come back. I mean, you can see people are trying, and it's not like they are slow or anything. It's at the moment just who's on Ignite being consistently fast, and that's a deadly combo.
Yeah.
You know, you can be consistent, you can be fast, but if you're consistently fast, that is a whole different jar on its own.
That just, you know what? It's what every racer strives to be. It's consistently fast. And Molotov, I don't want to say they're peaking because I still think they have some more to give. But my goodness, are they looking good for the most part? This round could be that little asterisk, however, because after singing their praises, of course they're in position to get ace, at least until Henkin kind of throws themselves into a weird gap that I have not seen anybody hit yet today, and now Wardov is getting run down as well by Huso. Is this going to be it? Molotov, they steal away the victory, and they take track 2.
Yep, that is another map point for Molotov. What a great ending by Huso at a nice sick flip by Henken. I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like the comment he made about his former teammate is slightly coming back to haunt him as absolutely the biggest karma I've seen in a long while. As much as that was a very funny joke, you know, you always love the banter. It's really not coming. It's really gonna now haunt a bit.
You
Just
know
a
what it
wee
is?
bit.
It's motivation, right? You're just giving them ammo. You're giving them ammunition. It feels like, and they've already got Molotovs. They don't need rounds as well. But that's where we're sitting. Molotov on the cusp of the first sweep we have actually seen on stream, which is kind of crazy to think about, Gritty.
Yep, they honestly like, and I don't know if this counts as a caster curse for anybody. I said at the start that we're gonna go until the map 5 and it's gonna be the longest match, and now it turns up to be going to be one of the quicker matches probably because it's looking to be a 3-0 affair. So I don't know what to think about this. Does it work as a caster curse? To whom it's a caster curse? Is it a good thing for Molotov, for Pivo? I don't know. It could be a reverse sweep as well. We'll see. But Pivo has to start here at least.
I mean, I got to see where Pivo is at, you know, mentally with that last one. Because, I mean, Molotov just dominated that last track. I mean, I don't know if they had randomized on speed dial or what, but they looked very good. And, well, they're looking good again to start us off here on track number 3 onto the piers. And we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to it. Ignite and Huso out in front, continuing to hold on. Wardov might have challenged, goes really wide, though, hoping for a bit more exit speed. Doesn't really get enough to make the overtake straight away. Now going for more of those inside lines. And again, it's just not quite getting enough for that overtake. So this first round, it could be in lace unless someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's now a question whether Beer can actually douse the flames. At the moment, it's looking like it's not really working out as the flame is flaming hot, and Wardroff is trying his very best to put them out. But at the moment, maybe Huso is the target that he can actually get. Yeah, inside works just about to mitigate the ace and get 2-1 on the board. Well, it's a point on the board for Bevo, but Molotov again goes in the lead and looking to get this done in 3 maps. Which is going to be rather interesting to say the least. And honestly, maybe not the result I expected. I expected this to be a very good affair because in paper they are both teams that could be very equal in standard. But at the moment, it's one team that has properly arrived on the server, and it is Molotov Gaming.
That said, I still think that last round should have been an ace. Huso took a weird line at the end where he kind of cut more to the inside than the others immediately following the hill climb. So we'll see we will see if that continues. As Huso again kind of wall bangs, and now Piwo has their chance momentarily for an ace. Ignite, a bit faster on the exit, but they bonk as well. And now Piwo back in control of their own destiny.
Yep, they are looking rather lovely jubbly at the moment. There are trees up ahead. Hopefully nobody hits them. I'm gonna go back and say we can just rewind the tape there. Henken is in first position, Uso is second. You saw nothing, heard nothing. Everybody blinked when that happened. It's a draw for Molotov and Pivo.
It's Dennis's cousin Lennis. All right, just getting in the way right there. The Lennis is the L, by the way, that you just took with that call. Molotov up 3-2. Still in a good spot, but Piwo, I mean, they're going to be a little bit frustrated they gave that one away. Still very much in it with a chance, although it feels like Molotov still has faster lines on this track when they don't make the unforced errors.
Yeah, they are looking definitely, in my opinion, comfortable, and you can see it already as Henken has an absolute collapse of a round, and I feel like it's just the puzzle pieces are not there at the moment. They're not, you're trying to make the puzzle, but you're not finding, maybe they found the corner pieces, but they're not finding the middle, the core of the puzzle. While Huso and Ignite are just toying a bit at the moment. They're just feeling comfortable getting the job done, and all as good as well. I mean, that is absolutely perfect, for Molotov, looking to get another ace on the board.
Yeah, that they are.
Three? The same three again! How do they do that?
Just let me commentate the hill, I think is the safest bet moving forward. Hey, look, Molotov still win the round, though. Or do they actually? Wait, where is Ignite? Yeah, okay, they got across in front of Henken. Okay, they still win the round, so it's still 5-3. Still on pace to take this one away, but my goodness, man, that hill, it is devastating. Also, just real quick, fast update. If you didn't see it in Twitch chat already, Wild is through. They have qualified a 1-3-0-2 on Frozen Waves as well.
Yeah, well, the world record is a 0.1 as well, if my memory serves me right. So that is very close to world record there as well. So that is absolutely insane. My money is on that Stoops was the one to drive it as well, because he holds the world record on it. But regardless of other happenings as well, definitely Wild made a quick job of Jungle Cap. So Jungle Cap will be in the 2-2 matches. But for the time being, we are seeing if Pivo can crawl their way out of it. I know this is probably not the best joke to make, but they have beer in their logo, so hopefully they don't have a few drinks after a rough time here.
Cruising,
but maybe you do need a few after this one. But people can still come back after this. Wardrobe is a bit further behind, but at least Henken is second, get a point on the board. It would put Molotov into 7 points, so that would be match point position. And it looks to be the case as Huso. You can even hear his engine, and actually gets quite close in the end. 10,000ths of a second, but just enough for Henken to stay in front.
Again, you got to risk the ending. You got to keep it as tight as possible. This one, it is possible to get sniped. I'd say within about 15 hundredths of a second, you can still go for it, right? So just over 1/10 of a second, it can get sniped away quite easily, just depending on where you land. And we've seen some very conservative landings, and we've seen some very near misses. As it stands, Molotov right now, all they need is the ace. Sounds simple, it never is. Ignite, though, in position forward, and Huso with the inside line nearly had the speed on Wardoff. Not quite there. It looked like Ignite nearly bonked, but kept it just barely on the track. Wardoff really risking it through this grass section, has to stay out in front.
Well, they have to go for it. They just cannot allow anything for Molotov. They just have to go for it. You're in this position. You have to win. So you just put your eggs in one basket and just full send it. If you're not going to win now, you're never going to get it done. So for the time being, Wardroff is holding off, everybody. And Henken is trying to get Huso as well. Can he actually hold on? Ignite will have more speed, perhaps? No, the line is a bit awkward, but it stays the same. So we delay the action. And now Molotov need only a victory and an ace to get the job done. And I mean, it was a good round still for Pivo. It's looking a lot better now. But they need to get it done immediately. An ace here would be a godsend. That would put them level with Molotov. And I feel like that's the the motivation. You get tied to the score. You're like, yes, we got the ace now. One more round and we get this job done. Move on to the next and get this ball rolling now. But they have to actually get it done. And for the time being, Henken has to press the gas pedal a bit harder now.
Yeah, Hankins already fallen a little bit behind. I mean, look, the scary thing right now with Molotov and the form that they are in, Huso, 0% on the crashes. Ignite, most round wins so far. 38% of them have been their victory. And right now, we're talking aces. It's Molotov sitting 1-2. Wardov has a chance to disrupt it. And in this position, Wardov has to try and force the draw because Hankin is just falling further and further back. Up the hill. This is where things can get messy. Everyone, though, gets through clean. Hankin got quite high, but Ignite got quite wide, and that could be an opening for someone to catch. Yet Wardov has found themselves falling behind. It's going to be a risky finish for Hankin. They have to push. There was a bonk, but it's not enough. Molotov win the series.
GG. Honestly, absolutely an amazing job. I mean, hats off to Molotov. People tried, but there was clearly a team that was there to win, and that was Molotov Gaming. Absolutely a stellar performance, and they just closed it out. And I believe that, well, props to them, but I think the second match of the high matches is still ongoing, and they just right now switched maps as well. So perfect timing actually for us, I believe. They are in the first round on perfect.
Let's go. And I believe it is also going to be a 2-1 lead as we jump in favor of Bracket Esport over
Oh.
Eternia. And, oh, wait, maybe it's the other way around. Our notes were wrong. It says Eternia.
But it is
2-1.
correct. You are correct.
Oh, yeah, wait, sorry. I was looking at the rounds. You know, if you didn't want me to read the numbers incorrectly, you would have had the numbers listed correctly and then change them and make it more confusing for everybody. I have high demands. And those demands right now are to see a track 5.
Well, track 5 could be on the board, but we'll have to wait and see. We have a team that we haven't actually seen on the mainstream yet. It is Bracket Esport, and it is Ixawai and Tomix who are in there. I mean, Ixawai, it's if you are in the Trackmania scene, you know exactly who Ixawai is. A very notorious driver, a very good driver as well. Tomix at the moment is not quite ringing a bell for me at the moment. Sometimes people do change names, but I'm just trying to remember Tomix's name, and it's not quite popping to my memory. Ixawai definitely, has been part of a BCS for a very long time when it was a group and team as well. And I believe maybe Tomix is with them as well, but we'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, Bracken Esport, making good work of Yaka and Manta. So hopefully they can get something going, because they need the track point in order to get to map 5.
Yeah, we'll see if they can piece it together. You'd have to assume it's to get themselves to caution, which is what we're going to be hoping to see. But Bracken out in front in a pretty decent spot for the time being, especially when they have the lead through the first couple checkpoints, again in position perhaps for the ace. Now, I'm just going through everyone's stats coming into this one right now to try to get a better idea of how this series has been going. And I mean, when you look at it, it's been incredibly even. No one over 35% in top 1%. Everyone in between 35 and 15% when it comes down to crashes. There's been no standout carries, but right now it's standout Bracken in the lead.
Yeah, Bracken Esport are definitely making quick work of this map. Technically, it is their map pick, so it's looking rather comfortable for them, and that is a very good round as well. 54-5, 54-6, very solid round times as well, and leaves Manta and Jaka in a bit of a head-scratching position. Not much to go for them here, because they now, well, it's literally 3 rounds in and already match point for Bracken Esport. They literally have to now pull a rabbit out of the bag, pull a rabbit out of a hat, and get some miracles going in. So ace would be lovely right now, but seems that Bracken Esport are not gonna give anything to them at all.
You know what? I think you were right the first time. Pull the rabbit out of the bag, because what is a hat besides a bag that you wear on your head? Bracken Esports, though, you are also correct in the fact that an ace puts this one away, and the scary thing for Eterna, well, they're currently sitting P3 and 4 one more time as well. Both Jaka and Manta just don't seem to have the speed through this second sort of and third parts of this track. It's in the middle where they find themselves falling behind, but that's Ixawa hitting the pole, big time bonk, and that's going to keep Eterna alive for at least one more round.
I think this is the first time, and Tomix also fumbles the corner, loses all of his speed. He has to go for the safe finish, which means that Eterna ace it. Exactly what they needed. Perfect concoction. Honestly, that's the first time I've seen anybody hit that flag. I'm gonna be honest. I've seen people maybe flip it, but somebody absolutely full send it into that flag. First time. So, you know, there's a first time for everything, I guess, but not for Bracken Esports, because they would have loved to get the ace, but they went from ace to giving it away to Eterna, who desperately needed it.
You know what? You could call it was a perfect send into that flag. All right, like that's what you want to see
Commitment.
on treks like this. Hey, if Eterna do it again too, if they go back-to-back aces, all of a sudden things get really, really crazy. If Blancs though don't help situations, and Jaka is going to need to pull something crazy from behind. That said, we'll see if they're going to be able to climb themselves back up into it through the dirt section, not really making up much ground. And if anything, Manta starting to lose ground as well. It's currently 1-2 for Bracken one more time. Will they be able to hold it through the second half of the track?
And now they have a second opportunity to close it out this time around. Again, if this dirt section goes smoothly, then they should be able to get this done. Oh my god, they go so close to the wall, and that is...
No!
Oh my god, he almost didn't have it. He got stuck on the edge, and Yaka almost had him, but he gets his nose across the line, gets the ace, and absolutely done that as well. And funnily enough, Bracken Esports was seed number 16, and they are in the playoffs. And it's not even the round 5 match. So XOY and Tomex clearly doing the things and doing it well. And I believe there is still one more match that is underway. Yeah,
you know
match number 6, I believe.
I've seen some crazier things before, okay? So good on Bracken. They got through. Is it something in the air today? Like, again, it's a different esport. Sorry to make the quick Rocket League RLCS reference, but RLCS OCE today, the team that should have been the number 16 seed made top 8. Well, I guess that happened yesterday. Today, they were in top 8. They played against the number 1 team, Power. Got obliterated. But, hey, they got through. Maybe Bracken will do one better and not get obliterated. But, yeah, we're on Groity versus Sub will carry. It's currently tied 5-all. Groity, though, they're the ones on match point. And we'll see if they're going to be able to piece this one together and get themselves to the dub.
Yeah, and can Beta Toast do what Henken couldn't, aka win a match? No, I'm just kidding. Well, Beta Toast hits the corner. Maybe he can do that better. Regardless of shenanigans between old teammates, currently at least it's looking like Krovoti have the uphand from the match points, or the track points at least. But currently at least looking at the round, it is Sub will carry, who's looking to get an ace on the board, and that would be a perfect timing, given it's 5-5 on the board, and you're 2-1 down in track points.
Yeah, they need this one too because, again, this is an elimination match. The loser of the series will see their night ended, well, 1 round early, and they will not be sitting in the 2-2 round 5 to try and qualify for that last spot in the top 8. So definitely a fair bit of pressure right now on the Norwegian side. Sub will carry, though. They'll have to settle for a draw as Ultreon actually snipes Betatoast at the end. So there you go. It's a 7-6 lead.
Yeah, Beta Toast hit the finish and was chucked to the side, allowing Ultarion to get the finish just a bit earlier than Beta Toast. So a bit unlucky on the jump. Not what you want to see, but it is Subble Carry who are in the lead and now actually have to, well, ideally get an ace to get the track point and bring us to map 5, which probably is going to be caution with 90% certainty. But maybe, you know, the lower end matches usually serve up some weird and wacky picks. Maybe it's not caution. And with Ultarion in the wall and Sub will carry absolutely in the mud, this is problem. Because if Robert get the ace now, Sub will carry have to get the ace next round. This is a bit of a weird and wacky round because Beta Toast also clips as well, but everybody's having a bit of a round, I guess.
Yeah, everyone's having a roughie except for Nasty, who is like nearly for a second ahead right now. So naturally, Nasty, you'd expect them to flub the finish, right? Not quite. They'll cross P1. That's going to be the ace as Beta Toast gets through P2 as well. So Groity, 9-7, just need to not get aced. And they're going to find themselves in round 5, knocking out Sub will carry.
Yep, this is looking very promising for Krovoti. They perfectly, literally handed the ace there to set them up perfectly for this track point. And now Sub will carry will just have to full send it. No holdbacks, no nothing. Just go for it, try to win it, and just, well, try to not fully send it into the wall would be my first advice, as Jinx does hit the corner. So now he has to hope that Nasty and Beta Toast, well, Beta Toast is the wall. And he's going to have a wobbly landing, so Sink's, well, a bit too far away still to overtake. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we go further in the track.
I mean, Nasty looks good, though. That's the problem. Nasty looks clean. Nasty is out in front, and yeah, Ultreon is right there to maybe pressure them for P1, but I don't think Nasty would care about that. Again, the name of the game is don't get aced, and all you have to do is nail the finish. Ultreon gets a little wobbly as well, and all of a sudden we're going to see an ace, but it's going to be the other way. Nasty crosses the line, and that will do it. Groity survive and go on to round 5.
Yep, and Sub will not carry them to the playoff matches. Well done to them as well. Still a very long journey for them. Definitely had some very good matchups as well, and very good. Gave us probably the best perfect match as well against Owned in regards to drama and everything. But for the time being, that is their story for today done, and there's only 6 teams left fighting for the final 3 spots in the playoffs.
That's crazy. That's crazy. This is it. The final round of the night. I mean, I'll name the matches. We got Eternia versus Groity, Piwo versus Pomendarzen, and I probably mispronounced that, but that's okay. Jungle Gap, also Best Hill as well. They are your final 6 teams. Owned has been eliminated. Eternia, Piwo has been eliminated. So sorry to say goodbye to them. Wild, as mentioned before, they're through. Eternia, they're down in this round because they lost to Bracken Esport. We watched that. Bracken Esport is through. And, of course, Molotov got the 3-0 against Piwo before. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we've only got 3 more matches left. We're going to be covering one of them, and eyes on the other 2 as well. So stick around. This evening's going to come to an explosive conclusion. Welcome back, everybody. It has been a long afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're enjoying things because right now it's time for that round 5 do or die, win and in, lose, and well, you don't get to play next week in Gritty. Jungle Gap versus Best Hill. I feel like we have not really seen the best from Best Hill, and we definitely haven't seen the best from Jungle Gap yet. This is their last chance to piece it together. Who's taking this match?
Honestly, hard to tell because I feel like teams share a very similar mentality where if things go well, things go well. If things don't go well, they don't go well at all. And they seem to have an element of inconsistency to them. And so it's going to be interesting to see who will prevail and who will get the better hand as well. And probably the better question is, will we see a different map order?
No.
But
I'm just going to answer that first one, no. And this is me trying to cast a curse it because I want to see caution first this time. So no different map order. It's just going to be.
Well, we'll see. They will get into the picks in a moment. They pick wavelength to start us off, so nothing changed there. Will it be any different? Frozen Waves is second. Okay, so I assume it will be. Let me guess what will be next. Oh, a different order. Perfect. Will be map number 3. It's not going to be number 4, but it will be Pierce fourth and Caution last. I feel like it's like written in stars. Caution will be the last map, no matter who picks. There's been only one match we've seen where Caution was third, I think, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, I know it's been like that, but that's all well and good. We are getting ready to kick this next one off, and I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. I mean, see how it plays out. I hope we get to see Caution one more time, realistically, because that means we do get at least one more track 5, right? I think that's something we should all be, hoping for as we're going to soon start getting warmed up. Good idea. Let's hydrate. I'm with you on that.
Yep, exactly. I've gone through. I think that it's the second now. I'm almost out as well. But if anything,
this bottle's empty. This one isn't.
Yeah, I have still just enough, I think, for the final round here, so we should be good. But yeah, all of you, everybody watching as well, keep yourself hydrated as well. We need it a bit more, of course, because we are using our voice as well, so our throat doesn't kill us in the morning, or whichever time we wake up.
I'm done, dude. I had yesterday I did like a 6-hour Rocket League cast. Then earlier today I had like the hypest 7-game Rocket League, series, and then we got more Rocket League tomorrow. Either way, this is a Trackmania stream, so we're focusing on the present. We're focusing on the now, and as we warm up, apparently everyone wants to be on Jungle Gap.
I mean, we'll just ignore that, and it will all just work perfectly fine when we go into the rounds. But in the meantime, the race is starting, and everything will work. And definitely everything is working because, I guess they can just quickly switch teams and they will restart and we'll be fine. Probably at the time of probably server switching or something like that, they probably just chucked everybody into blue team. We'll just quickly put them on the right sides and we'll be fine,
Okay,
it's just
so if first and second is 3 points, what is first, second, third, and fourth? How many points do you get for that?
I mean, that's just an instant win, I guess. You can't lose. That's an instant win, I guess. If you're 1, 2, 3, and 4, like, how are you going to lose? Unless everybody DNFs, you will have a perpetual draw. So it will be it's not an infinity match because infinitely at some point the match will end. But it could be a draw because if we come close to the end of the universe, then it might still be a draw. So you could realistically be infinitely drawing this match if it was all on one side.
That's a scary thing to think about, that the only thing that can defeat a team of 4 Trackmania players is the heat death of the universe. Like, that's pretty strong, okay? That is a high power level we are toying with as we are starting this first round right now. And speaking of high power levels, I see it from Broly, I see it from Bestie, I see it from Hill. I don't see it from Seven, though. They bonked early.
Yeah, it is currently a good start for the team of Best Hill, or representatives for Wombo technically as well. You could look at it as their second team, but it is the Best Hill. Whoa. And currently the best hill to be on is on that red hill, because currently they are in an ace position with Brawly and Seven enjoying a bit of the downtime in the back end.
Okay, that last trip map we saw before, you'd see no one hit that flag on perfection, right? I've never seen anyone fall into the hole on Wavelength before. That was a first for me. Either way, it's going to be an ace for Best Hill.
Yep, that is as perfect of a start as you could have asked for. I mean, and it is also Jungle Cap's pick as well, so, you know, you take it with open arms, that's for sure. And, but for the time being, I mean, it's just, you know, it's just a, you know, it's a drop in the pocket for what is to come still. So, an ace here will be a victory another time, you know. That's how you can view it, you know. Philosophy, put it on a shirt. But you know, you could make anything a quote, I guess, these days.
I'm just seeing like a snow-capped mountain inspirational photo with like that quote, "Critty," underneath, and I'm putting that up on my wall. All right.
Yeah. An ace
there you
he,
go.
ace now is maybe ace to be ace now is to be winning later. God, it's so hard to speak at the moment after 5 rounds.
That's it. 10 out of 10. Are you sure it's not 3:30 in the morning where you are? Either way, the Best Hill is looking for the best ace once again. 7 though is going to try to look for that inside line, but both members of Jungle Gap are behind. Brawly got a snipe. It's enough to save the ace, but not enough to save the round. Best Hill up by 4.
What a close round. Less than 63 thousandths of a second separating everybody as Bestie had somehow the slowdown at the start. I guess he went a bit too inside there and touched the wall. But I mean, about that is not the worst mistake to make. You lose point. Well, you're gonna lose a lot more with that. So Hill, good luck. You need to do a bit more to keep the team afloat, as Jungle Gap could be using this opportunity to get the ace, but Hill is sending it.
Yeah, I mean, Hill absolutely has to, though, given the circumstance. You don't want to get the ace to give up that 4-point lead. You would lose it in a moment, and Bestie, well, I don't really see them catching Brawly or anyone unless something crazy happens, which we've seen on the finish. So let's not write them out completely. Hill, though, has been slowly gaining on 7. Do they risk it? How hard do they risk it on this finish? Final couple turns, and Hill actually has the faster line. They're going for it. They go in tight. They force the draw.
What a great way for Hill to push. This is exactly what you need. If your teammate is down, you're the one that needs to pull the first position out of the gutter, and exactly what has been done. When it's needed, it gets the job done. So well done for Hill for keeping the lead still of 4 points. It's 2-6 on the board, so looking very good for Best Hill involved. But Jungle Gap definitely warming themselves up to this match and looking ever so more present up in front, while Best Hill are the ones now trying to keep up. But that is proving to be a very good source of entertainment, of course, if everybody's in the mix. Bestie not with the best entry, loses out on a bit, but you know, still rather close.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And again, I think it's all going to come down to the lines these people take on that final jump. The way how things are going, Bestie's the one who's going to have to risk it the most. But with that slide, they get right back up in the mix. Just couldn't quite maintain that speed. Still, though, gaining on the pack up ahead. 7 is going to have the lead, but you still have to risk it when everyone is this tight. How close do they cut it? Who's going to cross that line first? Everyone comes across, and it is a 1-2-3-4 easy Jungle Gap round win.
Yeah, looking very good indeed. Very good rounds. When they get the pace going, Wavelength produces very close rounds as well. It is simply that if one thing goes wrong, which usually is the dirt section, leading up to the transitions, that's where things can go wrong, because you can go in a bit too hot, and of course then you will hit the wall. But for the time being, at least, the players are, when they get it right, they are pushing it to the very end. And but Jungle Gap are the ones that need to make up the gap, and an ace would do just fine. But now everybody is just going absolutely mental, and not much there in it. 7 goes much tighter, has to compensate with a lot less speed, just about makes it. Brawly is in the mix, everybody's in the mix. Bestie goes a bit wide. It's a 1-2-3-4, everybody's in the mix, and it's gonna be a close round again.
Yeah, it's going to come down again to the launches. Now, Bestie and Hill are a bit behind, so it could be a round win for Jungle Gap. But if Brawly can snipe Hill, it will be huge. Brawly takes the inside line, actually has a little bit of a lead, and it is a tie, but it goes to Brawly. Jungle Gap get the ace.
And I believe, if my memory serves me right, SRK can correct me, but I believe with the script that is being used, that is a name diff. Not a checkpoint diff, because Hill was ahead in the final checkpoint. Unless unless he got the final checkpoint right at the very end, which was very hard to notice. So
I
there
think
can be a
he'll
correction
actually.
made there.
Yeah, I think Brawley actually did snipe the final checkpoint as
Oh,
well, if
okay,
I
then it
remember
makes
seriously
sense
right.
then,
Yeah.
yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't have made sense. But I guess he just got it by like a
Whew.
thousand as well, and it's looked like the momentum is swinging ever so much in Jungle Cap's way at the moment. That is a good lead in a 7-7 situation.
I mean, something about Wavelength, man, just brings out the tightest finishes. I mean, it's how we saw Antec lose at the start of the day. It's how we just saw Jungle Gap tie this series up. I mean, literal exact same tide of a time. And now, here we go once again. Can Seven get the snipe? Not quite, but still Jungle Gap, they're 1 point away, 1 round away from taking the first track.
Yeah, it was, given the fact that the Best Hill got an ace to begin with, it's looking very good from Jungle Cap's point of view, and it's putting Best Hill in a much more of a difficult situation because now, as I said, the momentum is in the other court, and Hill is on the other side of the track even, basically. So now Bestie, well, there's nothing he can do really. He would need 7 to disconnect Brawley's computer to combust and hope that he'll finishes in time to get an ace, because that is a GG if I've ever seen one.
Dude, even if the computer combusts, I mean, with this type of gap, you'll have enough time to run to your, like, nearest LAN cafe and boot yourself up and finish this round. It's going to go Jungle Gap's way unless they flub the finish. We've seen it before. Do we see it again? I highly doubt it, because with this amount of time, you could just play it safe and still probably come across on top. Here we go, though. Do they stick the jump? Of course they do. Jungle Gap gets the ace. They get the win. They're up 1 track to none.
Yep, that is perfect. Not the most, the strongest starts to begin with, but you know, what ends well is well. And with 12-8 on the board, that is the track point for their own map pick. Hard fought, but they get it done. As we move on to Frozen Waves, a staple of map 2. Basically, this entire event has been 5 duos. Map 1 and Wavelength. Map 2 and Frozen. Map 3, Piers. Well, this time it will be perfect, but it's basically been the same order all the time. People mix it up, you know, and you know, get that job rolling. You know, we want more maps for the playoffs. You know, take it up. Don't pick Wavelength. Maybe go for caution next time. You know, maybe throw in a spanner in for the playoffs. But for the time being, they will stick to what they know and love, I guess.
I mean, I tried to ask, why does everybody hate caution? And the response I got was LOL. So, you know, we'll figure it out one day, maybe. The mystery will be solved.
I mean,
here we go.
I can understand where it comes from. I mean, it has Dennis the Menace on it. That's probably
True.
one reason. It has a NASCAR in it, but that ending has produced some haymakers as well. And it has definitely... probably, I think it is a very simple map in its rights as well, and you don't really... I mean, it's sort of a case like, do you want to take it early, but then it's sort of a map that everybody's good on anyway, so you have to be comfortable with your picks. Like, this is something I've always wondered, like, if you're going to pick a map, you have to be confident that you can beat anybody on it, and I don't think any team really says that, yeah, I can beat any team on caution. I think that's the mentality, but at the moment, Bestial are going to do exactly as they did on Wavelength, start off with an ace. Would it be the same outcome, at least, for the rest of the stuff? We'll have to see. As Hill does touch the wall, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it was looking good for Best Hill, but they don't mount the dismount, or nailed the dismount, I should say, so we're going to continue through. But Brawley also hit some problems before the wall climb, and they're going to find themselves back behind, and once more, we have sort of that, you know, ace position. Hill did use the wall bounce. Brawley did not. Different strategies from different positions. Either way, as long as you nail the identity, this should be a win for Best Hill.
Yep. Currently, we are seeing a bit of a, you know, as I like to call it, first round extra warm-up. That's what it is, basically. And currently, with a 104 flat, considerable time. It's not the fastest. It's a decent time for rounds. It definitely can be done a lot faster. But for the time being, it will do, and it will put Bestial again in an ace leading position of 0-3 to start off. And we'll see if we'll follow the same script as we did on Wavelength, or Bestial can do a bit different.
I mean, yeah, Wavelength, we'll see. We've seen this story before is what I'm trying to get at. We opened the book, and are we running it back? I don't know. We'll find out. Because, actually, it started off with the draw last time, and then Best Hill got the ace, if I remember correctly. It went 1-1-4-1. So this is slightly different as we come around the big turner. And oh, that was, I believe, Bestie sliding out. But at that same token, it's not like Seven really nailed the landing either. So each team has one driver behind. Each team has one driver way ahead. This time it is Hill, a half second, looking like he's going to get the round win.
Yeah, Bestie and Seven being best friends at the same corner. But for the time being, it allows then for Hill and Brawley to have a bit of a moment there. This is one of those rounds where it's not much happens. At the moment, it seems that everybody's just going to have their own casual race. Hill will probably come in first. Brawley will be second. Bestie and Seven, that's where maybe a fight there will be. But at the moment, it seems that that will be concluded also in the same fashion as well. So Bestie will be third and Seven fourth. So for the time being, Best Hill extend their lead and their map pick looking, well, they are in the lead, but the rounds are still a bit hectic for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had 2 rounds, right? And yes, it's good they're at 5 points, but Jungle Gap now should be a little bit more settled, and I'm hoping this next one is going to be a little bit more competitive. At least that's what we want to see from the start. Right now, though, looking pretty good for everybody, all nice and clumped together. Bestie takes a much more inside line, and doesn't have the exit speed, but you can kind of make up for it in the ice slide, so I really like that line Bestie took, and once again, Best Hill, they're always the first team, off that ice turn, and this is the first time each of them have dismounted cleanly. So it's looking pretty good once again for Best Hill. It's looking like they might get another ace.
Yeah, they're looking like it. Look like they're gonna take it with a commanding version, and clearly Best Hill are taking the wallbang strat, while Seven and Probably are not really going for it. So you can, as you mentioned before, a difference in strats as well. But at the moment, at least, it's looking like Seven is inching ever so closer to Bestie. It's not quite as a comfortable ace as it first seemed, but Seven slides out from the ice wheels, and that is an ace for Best Hill. And I feel like this is a map where you're like, you know what? Fair, you can take it.
Are we going to see someone take the safe finish? No. You'd rather not finish than take the safe finish here. Fair enough, Seven. As it will be an 8-1 lead, just 1 round win away. Best Hill absolutely dominating on this track right now. Frozen Waves very much favoring the red side.
Honestly, in my eyes, that safe finish looks a lot harder to get than actually the risky finish. Because how the hell are you supposed to get down there in the first place? You literally have to commit to going down there, as Bestie commits to that corner in the same manner of fashion. So Best Hill, well, they do have Hill up in first position, so they got that going. But Brawley and Seven, I mean, if they get some good exit here... Oh, Seven just clips the corner there. And Hill is just, bye.
Bestie's gaining. Bestie is actually making up a lot of ground quite quickly. This isn't necessarily done and dusted yet. Seven and Brawley actually need to play, it safe just to be able to get the draw.
Ooh, and Seven.
Oh no, Seven!
A bit too ambitious on the pedal, had too much speed to make the corner, and now Brawley is the one that has to win. Well, yeah, has to win. He is in a position where he could do it, but if it stays this way, it will be a quick map, and it does look like it's going to be the case, and that is indeed so. 10-2, a quick track point for Best Hill, and we move on to the next map.
How many rounds was that? That was 4 rounds. 4.
That's the minimum you can.
The fastest it could be.
Yep. Not quite 4 aces, but 10-2 in 4 rounds, still pretty comfortable.
Yep. Yeah, Best Hill's going to be happy with that. So that's going to be pretty exciting to see. Also, a quick score update. As mentioned before, every other series is 1-1. All of them. Everybody is 1-1 right now.
Good. So that means that by that logic, we will have to... we will get everybody finishing at the exact same time by sheer logic, because that's how it works. This is
not... why do they tease us like this? Why do they even show us caution?
Yeah, because they forget to queue the next map, which they could technically do in, they technically could do it in warm-up, but they don't have
they just want to tug with our heartstrings and take us back to perfect.
I mean, we will get caution. I'm sure this will be a map 5 affair. We will have drama on caution again, and everybody will be happy that they got a map 5 affair. I'm sure that will be exactly the case. But for the time being, we can...
3.
One of the
if
2.
If not this series.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. If anything, if this series goes fast, we can be assured that surely other teams pick the exact same map order anyway, so we're gonna get caution no matter what.
Exactly. No matter what, we're gonna get caution. That's the important thing. Okay, I'm not guaranteeing it because I don't want to be held accountable to anything I say ever. But yeah, we're gonna get caution, 100% guaranteed. Quote me on it. Here we go. Round one on our next little track right here. Perfection is its name, and a lot of times these drivers have been anything but at some pretty odd moments. The ending on this track, though, has led to some drama. Again, that risky finish, it's a blind launch, and we've seen some drivers absolutely flub it.
Yeah, it has been one of those cases where we have seen moments where you should have gone for the safe. We've seen moments where going for the risky has paid off immensely, and we've seen moments where Bestie falls off that corner as well. So we've seen a few drivers go off there as well. So it now comes up to, at the moment, Hill to stay in first position. Prawley is pushing it, and they both are, and not quite enough. 13,000 to separate the two, but it will be a draw. Hill holds on, and very solid times as well. Both did a 54.2, very fast times as well. So good stuff for all things considered.
I, for some reason, was concerned that Hill didn't have enough speed to make that risky, but yeah, they had it, and then some insanely fast times. 13 thousandths of a second separating 1 and 2 as well from that first round. So I have a feeling we're in for a banger as we start off this next point. Unfortunately, Hill, well, wants to, that Hill is like, all right, I won the first round when you messed up, Bessie. Now it's your turn. Do the same, okay? So we can stay even.
That's at least the mentality that they seem to be going for as well, because Bestia is fighting 7 at the moment, and they are neck and neck, and it's very hard to even differentiate the coasts at the moment. 7 will have more speed, a lot better exit at the moment, and it's quite fun to see as he's just phasing in out of existence from the 4th dimension apparently, and trying to get things done. But Besties does have more speed, and 7 touches. He somehow recovers. Yeah, that was a good save. He knew he didn't have it and just barely gets it into the safe finish. But it's a draw, and Bestie does what Hill did. Hold on to first position.
Yeah, so 2 draws, 2-2 scoreline. I think everyone's very aware of how important it is to have that, extra track in the bank when going to match point. I mean, to reiterate the stakes, in order to play next week, in order to make top 8, you've got to win this series. And these drivers, I mean, they've been driving for a long time, Critty. Like, this is their 5th best of 5. So fatigue absolutely would be setting in at this stage, you'd have to think.
Yeah, this is one of the only parts of the Swiss that can be quite rough. If you have to be the team that plays the final round, you have gone through the entire gauntlet, which means you have played these maps over and over and over again. And at some point, that can get some people into a mental state, or at least in a fatigue state as well. And that's quite insane. But at the moment, this is an insane round in the end. And what is that? Holy moly. What a great race with another draw. But the scoreboard flips around. It's Prawley who gets first. So by all means, it means 7 will be the next first position. Then everybody will have 1. We share. And Bestie respawns as well. So more opportunity for 7 to get actually first position.
Yeah, that is true, but it also might break the draw streak as well. Should 7 finish on top here, they have the lead, and this could finally be someone starting to break away for one of these teams. We'll see if they're able to hold on to it, as Brawley is still right up there with it. It's really hard to track 7 with their internet connection right now, man. It's really hard to keep an eye on them because, well, sometimes they just disappear and then reappear as such.
Yeah, it reminds me of a time where there was another player who had such a severe net issue that he fell up behind so much. It looked like he was like 5 seconds behind, and then just the network caught up to him, and then he just zoomed past everybody, and he was like half a second technically in the lead. But for the time being, 7 is actually going for the win. Wait, what?
No! Sniped!
But how? Wait, what? 7 was ahead on our screens. I guess it was the lag. Wait, what? First to third? That was very odd. I assume it was the lag, and I think the internet connection wasn't giving the correct splits for 7, and Bestie respawns again, so not going well. So I assume it was simply that the server wasn't able to catch up with the connection of 7, and it wasn't displaying the correct checkpoint times. because 7 was ahead on our screen, unless we are all dreaming.
Yeah.
And even, I know it's for you, it's almost like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. at this point, but it seems that 7 is bringing us some even more surprises than we first imagined.
Yeah, I mean, even Brawley was confused by
Yeah.
that one right there. Because, again, like, the drivers will possibly make micro adjustments based on the standings and where things are sitting. So, yeah, that's going to be a little bit frustrating for Jungle Gap as, well, because Bestie stuffs it up again, we are in another position to kind of sit with another draw. This could be 5 draws in a row. Bestie has to respawn. Hill just needs to stick the landing. They do so. 5 draws in a row now, man.
Yep, I guess we picked the right series altogether, and Bestie's just like, you know what? Why do I even bother? It's gonna be a draw anyway. I'm just not gonna even go up the hill, you know? I don't want to. I don't want to do it. I'm just gonna
That
sit
hill
down here and...
sucks.
Yeah. I'm not having a good time on this map. I'm not gonna go up the hill. You know what? I'm gonna do this start now correctly, and I won't... He has clipped the start now 3 times in a row. I think it's becoming a bit frustrating for him because he's done that now 3 times in a row. Yeah.
Who's it more frustrating for? Is it more frustrating for Bestie or is it more frustrating for Hill? Who, yeah, that clip has happened 3 times in a row. Now Hill has to win 3 times in a row to keep the draw streak alive.
Hey, if anything, if your teammate is on the point, just let him do his thing, you know? Eventually, you will be able to caught up. If Hill is able to just keep this thing going, hey, that's only gonna benefit Best Hill because Jungle Gap should be taking advantage of this. They're basically driving 2v1 constantly, but they've been unable to get it done already 5 rounds in a row, technically. But now it looks to be that maybe, for once, it won't be a draw. But 7 touches, but so does Hill, so it will be an ace. If Hill hadn't touched the ending, he might have been able to get a victory out of this, but now Jungle Gap gets the ace. After 5 consecutive draws in a row, we get the break, and it is the break for Jungle Gap as they ace the round.
All right. You cannot mess this one up again, Bestie. You've got to nail it. There you go. Bestie hit the first checkpoint. And everywhere, Best Hill fans lose their mind because they know now they have a good chance to get some of these points back. That said, Jungle Gap still in a very good position because Brawley had a fantastic start. 7 is slowly falling behind, though. A draw is not really what Best Hill wants. They need, at minimum, I feel like that, well, ace, to be quite honest, in order to get themselves in a position. A round win is fine, too, because it puts them in an ace and win situation. Yet, as it stands, it is Jungle Gap with the lead.
Yeah, and the one round now where Bestie is actually in contention, it is actually Brawley who's just gone. He has 0.2 on everybody, and he doesn't look like he's gonna slow down, and neither does 7, so it looks to be an absolute, and Bestie also touches the wall, but it is going to be a victory for Jungle Gap. A few touches in the end, but they get it done. GG. I mean, props to Hill, though. Hill was keeping this alive for the longest time ever, but it can only go so far. And eventually, Jungle Gap were able to take advantage of it, and we will go not to Wavelength again. We will be moving on to Piers after this, and that is going to be the final map. And funnily enough, when I look at the spreadsheet, every single match, well, at least in the spreadsheet, all of the maps for 2 are on the left side of the spreadsheet. So it's satisfying that it's all 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and it's all on the left side for Aterna, Biva, and Jungle Cap.
I mean, it makes sense, too, because they're all the teams that came from the 2-1 round, I believe, that are currently sitting there as well. So it's like, that's what you would expect.
Yeah, it is true, yeah.
So the favorites are leading at the moment. I like how you called this the last map, as if that was a prediction of sorts. I hope you cast or cursed us all the way to caution, but we will see as we kick this one off. I don't blame you, though. Jungle Gap, to me, still just looks like the more consistent team right now.
Yeah, they are now feeling a lot comfortable at the moment, and Bestie hopefully can get something going here with a lot more comfortable times as well. When we look at the PBs, actually, like Hill and Bestie on paper have both of their PBs are better than 7 and Brawley's. But if you haven't been able to have, the luck of the draw, or, not getting into the match properly, then, well, Brawley is definitely getting in touch with the wall there. Then you definitely will be having a bit of a struggle. But this opens up the book for Best Hill, and only 7 is the person to deny them.
Yeah, and we'll see if 7 will be able to hold on and how hard they will push it on this one because they have themselves a very had themselves a nice lead at the moment. Hill's right with there. But ever since we saw that win get taken away because of the lag, I'm never really trusting where 7 actually is on the track, if you know what I mean. So, and I'm sure Best Hill's probably thinking the same. They're thinking if we just stay right close behind 7, who knows? We might be able to snipe it at the end. So we will see when they cross the line where everyone actually sits. This track isn't known for its dramatic endings. As you get up the hill and you just nail this final turn, 7 does get the dub, which means we draw round 1.
Yep, they are keeping the tradition alive at least, very nice to start off with draws and then we will continue from there. But for the time being, this is at least, Best Hill are still needing the track point or to get towards that at least with a comfortable fashion so we can go on to our designated map 5. And with Hill touching the wall, it puts now Bestie in a position where he is the one that now has to get the job done. So from the perfect map, from Hill's glorious moments, it's now Bestie's time to shine.
Yeah, we'll see if Bestie will be able to stay out in front. I mean, they're getting pressure from 7, who already has proven to be quite strong on this map and is looking to do the same one more time. That said, Broly as well right there. If Bestie makes a mistake, it's going to be a pretty easy ace for the jungle gap. Pressure definitely on Bestie, who is looking a lot more comfortable this time around. Up the hill is where you've got to stick it. Where did 7 just go? Goodbye. I don't think that was lag. That may have been a bonk. We will see as we come through the checkpoint. Yeah, 7 is out of it. Now all of a sudden, Hill is going to come across P3, which means a round win for Best Hill.
Yeah, exactly. It was that 7 touched the outside dirt right before the uphill there, so he had no speed, and you're gonna go over penalty as well afterwards. So it's probably the worst combination of the two. Probably clips the start, I guess, is what it looked like to be there. So he's already a fair bit behind, so he has a lot of catching up to do. But if there's one map where it can be a possibility, it is here as well, because things can go from very smooth driving from dirt to plastic, and all of a sudden you touch a ball and you're last, basically, is what this map boils down to. But 7 is the one to take the lead and hold off Best Hill.
Yeah, I mean, we will see. I don't know. I feel like this map, the only real place where we've seen people make dramatic mistakes has been going up that hill towards the end. As everyone does make the jump, everyone does land it clean. My eyes are going to be on those trees when we get to, I guess it's kind of like a mini identity. Either way, 7 does get up clean. Don't let the lag fool you. Everyone survived it, and now it comes down to the finish. Unless someone completely borks it, it's going to be a round win again for Best Hill. They now have a 2-point lead.
Yeah, that is good stuff. Recovering from the previous map is a very good way to do so, especially when, especially for Bestie, who's definitely being up there now more and more. So it's a good mood swing as well in every regard, and that's good to see. That's what we want to see. We want close racing. We want everybody to be involved, and we want to get everybody enjoying their experience as well. I mean, of course, for them it's heart-pounding, exhilarating driving. But they still have to get the job done, and for the time being, everybody is actually in the mood swing. Hill is the one that has maybe suffered a bit more from slower lines, but still sort of, keeping the cars in viewing distance, looking rather scrumptious for everybody involved, and actually gets rather close from the grass section. So nothing to really separate them as they are getting closer to the uphill section and ever so closer to the ending.
Yeah, and it looks like 7 is going to be the one leading that charge. So this will help Jungle Gap bridge the gap. That said, Brawley falling a bit behind because Hill makes a deep, deep launch, taking the inside line is Bestie, but there's no exit speed. Now all of a sudden, Jungle Gap, they're in potential for an ace unless Hill doesn't stick the landing. Hill does, though, so it's only a victory, not an ace. Doesn't matter. Jungle Gap narrows the gap. It's only a 1-point differential between Best Hill and the Frenchman.
Exactly, and now the ideal situation is that you do not allow Jungle Gap to get an ace or a victory, because otherwise it will tie the scoreline or give Jungle Gap a very nice lead going into the final few rounds of this map. So ideally you would like to get the victory, and ideally you would like to get the ace, because the ace puts them on 9 points, so after that then you only need minimum a second position by any of the team members, and then it will be perfectly fine. But we will get there once we get there, as Bestie goes very inside and very awkward line. But for the time being, all is good and well, but looking good for, I guess, for everybody technically, but more for Jungle Cap.
Yeah, more for Jungle Gap. They are out in front and they are looking to finish strong. You would have to imagine over the jump, everyone goes. It's looking very good for Jungle Gap right now because Broly is also just squeaking out the edges of Best Hill. Up, though, the actual hill in and of itself, nobody really having any issues there. Everyone getting nice up and high, maintaining that speed. No risks yet. The risks come with the final jump. Seven has to keep it tight. Does so. They draw it, however. And now all of a sudden, Best Hill is an ace away from taking us to caution.
Yeah, it's looking rather good. It's still very close. A great race, all things considered, which we love to see. But now you can do even more math here because if Best Hill get the victory, for example, then it will be 9-7, which means Jungle Cap would need to ace. So all is up in the air, and it could be simply decided in this round already because Best Hill ace on the board. GG, we go caution.
Exactly, but what the most fun scenario, Jungle Gap, if they get that win, 8-8, that seems pretty spicy as well. Either way, whichever finish we get at the moment, if you're Best Hill, you're in the best position, especially considering that you're currently sitting 1-2 as we hit the second half of the track. But this is where things will start to get dramatic. Land the gap cleanly. It looks good for both Hill and Bestie. Brawly trying to get as high as possible. That dirt line is so risky, yet everyone takes it. Hill has some troubles going up the hill right now. That actually leaves them vulnerable. Brawly tries to move ahead, but did they go too tight? The exit speed is just not there. Hill back up into P2, goes to the inside launch. That's the ace. That's the track. We're going to caution.
Yeah, Brawly knew he had to push it. You saw he was trying to get as close to the finish as possible, but he hit it. I mean, I give the props to the effort. Even if you had gotten the position there, you had to get second position, and he had to full send it there. So props for the push, a rightly timed push, but not quite enough. But that does mean that we will be 2-2, and of course, the most iconic duo of this entire tournament, Caution, will be our map number 5. Once we go on to that map in a moment, notice. So yeah, now all of the things get decided, and honestly, who has the better track record? We've seen Jungle Cap win this map 2 times. Once against once already they did it against Antic. Twice they did it against Poop Mandarin. Will they be able to get it the third time as well on this map? This has been basically the map to at least advance them in the tournament, and it's been an interesting case for them. Will it happen again? We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we will see it playing out. And you know what? I kind of hope it does, because then maybe we will see it, a little bit earlier on quarterfinal day, right? Like it'll be, we'll get to see it play. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm obviously not picking favorites. Here we go. Round 1 underway. It is Caution, which has been kind of my favorite map to watch. Maybe because it's always track 5, so it's always the most dramatic. Maybe it's because it has had the best finishes, or maybe it's because of the inclusion of Dennis, who honestly has been was well behaved. I think 7 may have just introduced himself to Dennis right there. Either way, it's going to be a fun final round.
Yep, it's going to be a fun ride indeed, but for the time being, it is Jungle Cap who have to get something done, or to be more specific, it is actually Brawly who has to catch up to Bestie in order to make this a draw, or at least keep second position, mitigate the damage. The last thing you want is to go into map 5 and give an ace away to your opponent. So Brawly, we know he can push it, but will he push a bit too much? Brawly is sending it. His lines are full sending, but Bestie's also really good. But Brawly is even more critical of it. He's trying, but he has a bit of a slide going.
Oh,
and
no!
Hill even overtakes him. Absolutely sends it. And Brawly is not very happy in chat as well about the map. He did get a slide going, which means he didn't get the speed he wanted and allowed Hill to overcome. But yeah, Brawly is, for a person who has won almost every single series on this map, definitely not enjoying the map. At least in in-game chat, to say it mildly.
Yeah, well, I'm learning why we always see this one as track 5 right now. When even the teams that perform the best on it seem to dislike it, that's all well and good. Look, in that situation right there, Brawly had to push too hard. It looked like they had to ease up on the gas, and that unfortunately cost the ace. And now Best Hill are the team in control. And let's see if they're going to be able to maintain said control. 7 was the one who I feel like was stepping up, though, on the jungle gap side, particularly in that NASCAR section. It was 7 who has kind of been going hero mode in the past, and them with the lead actually scares me right now. We will see, though, approaching the NASCAR section, will 7 be able to hold on to P1 because Hill has a fair bit of speed themselves straight through with the lead. Bestie even more speed, and this could be a potential ace. I don't really know where 7 is. They're not very stable. It looks like it's a P2, which means it's only a round win for Best Hill.
Yeah, it is a round win, but you would love to see the round win swing towards Jungle Cap's way, because they are the ones that want to close the gap, not want to have the gap even wider, or well, a lot bigger in this case. So it's 4 points now, and this is where Jungle Cap would benefit very greatly from a very nicely served, nicely mildly cooked ace in this case, but they have to actually get it done. For now, at least, Bestie and Hill looking to get this map done and put an end to Jungle Cap shenanigans of ruining everybody's dreams on these maps. So maybe third time is the charm that, is for the other team to get the job done. But for now, everybody's sort of in the mix, and nothing quite still separates them.
All right, let's see who's got the speed then as we gear up for the NASCAR section. It's all about the plastic setup, and then over the sausage curb and into the speed. Bestie and 7 out in front, but again, Bestie has that line. That said, further back, Brawley looks like they've bumped again, and Brawley, if they didn't like this map before, they absolutely hate it now because it's another round win going to Best Hill.
Yep, it is. I mean, a very nice time as well by Bestie. 59.1, a very solid time for rounds as well. So they are definitely fast as well, and it is 2-7 as well on the board. So now it is looking like that the luck that they've had on Jungle Cap, the many adventures that they have had here, is slowly but surely being undone by Bestial. But, anything's possible. One round can swing it. One ace could be 5-7. Another ace is 8-7. Who knows?
2 rounds then can swing it, right? We need 2 good rounds from Jungle Gap to bring it back. And yeah, it can happen. I mean, Hill and Bestie, though, they just seem so dialed in as of late. And now the ice, it's coming through in spades. Here we go, one last time, over and around the plastic curve, over the top of the sausage curb, and into the full speed. And 7, it looks like they're holding on to P1. A draw does Jungle Gap okay. Brawley, though, over a second and a half back, is definitely not coming back. It's just going to be a draw. Best Hill now a round win away from a top 8 finish.
Yeah, 7 is keeping something alive here and keeping the series going. In the meantime, the other matches have actually concluded. This will be the match that ends our fun and excitement as well. But it's definitely looking like that if Brawley can get a round going, and if Bestie can touch the wall as he has done now, things could be looking up for Jungle Cap, but they still have to beat Hill, who, in my opinion, has been the one, who you can rely on, and he can get the thing done when it needs to get done.
I mean, I'm looking at Brawley as well because, I mean, to me it says a lot when you're typing in the in-game chat about your frustrations. Where is your mental at? Can you cool things back down? And for the most part, Brawley has been struggling, it feels like, in every single one of these rounds. This has been their best look just yet, and they have been fast in this section in the past. They're going to need to send it, though, to catch up to Hill. An ace would be massive for Jungle Cap. They cannot afford to give up a point, let alone 2. That said, it's going to come down into the end. Who gets P1? It's Hill, which means we only draw. Jungle Cap has to go back-to-back aces.
Yep. There is no other outcome.
59.2.
Yeah, 59.2s. They are fast. It's a great race. 7 tried. But, 7, 8, 9. And currently 9 is on the board for Best Hill. So they need 2 aces. There's simply no other outcome. So if one of these members of Jungle Cap crashes, it is GG.
It's over.
And now it puts pressure, first of all, for Bestial. They still have to close it out. They cannot afford mistakes as well, because then if they give the ace away, sort of the momentum will swing in that way. But, it's basically anybody's game at this point, and I feel like all of them can do it. It's now a matter of who gets it done.
Yeah, who has that ice? And I mean, They say the last point's always the hardest. Jungle Cap's going to do their best to try and keep it there. Whether or not it pieces up, we're about to find out. Over the sausage curb, full speed. Brawly is going to have to send it. Seven has the lead. Bestie looks a little bit slow, but then regains as Seven bonks. Brawly does as well. That's going to do it. Best Hill is going through. They qualify for the top 8.
Yep, GG. A bit of a wicked way for Hill to finish as well, but that is good and stuff as well. And that is the map. GG for there as well. 5-11 on the board. Best Hill get it done. And that is how the tournament group stage comes to a close, because that was the final match for today as well, because other matches, as I said before, have already concluded. With some interesting results as well, in my opinion, and we will get to that as well. But for the time being, hey, GG to Best Hill. Hill and Bestie doing a good job, and well, Steven and Brawly did a good job, but that map, Caution, it finally ran out for them. The luck on that map.
Yeah, it didn't come through, so Best Hill got through. Also, yeah, as you were mentioning, Poe Mandarin also had a 2-game comeback to get over Piwo as well. So a couple little upsets in round 5. Eternia did get past Groverty though, so they are through. And yeah, with that, we have our 8 teams. Best Hill, Poe Mandarin, Atrina, as well as Molotov, as well as Beacon Esport, Wild, and of course, Gravity and Wumbo, the 2 favorites. I mean, it's been a long time since we said their names, but those are our top 8.
Yeah, definitely props to Poop Mandarin. They were 2-1 down, as you said, against Pivo, so they had to come back from a 2-1 deficit. So GG to Pupur and Marain for pulling it off as well there. So definitely, definitely things to look out for. And with the 8 teams now set in stone, I guess the playoffs are there. You have your favorites, but I mean, looking at what we have seen so far, I mean, you just cannot really rule anybody out, to be honest. It's just going to be even more difficult. Now you have the 8 best of the 16 that you have to defeat, basically, in order to
get. And I think I know the matches, too, if I were to be so bold. We should be able to figure it out based on the seeding.
Yeah,
no, it's going to be Gravity versus Eternia, Wumbo versus Best Hill, Molotov versus Pomandarin, and Wild versus Bracken, which is kind of the one I would want to watch the most. That one should be good.
Yeah, there is definitely good stuff to come about. I mean, it's gonna look rather spicy indeed, if I have to say so myself. But now, gloves are off, and you're going into playoffs where, no second chances, really, to be honest. It's now all the glory. The path is the grand final.
Yeah, and it's going to be an exciting one to go through. Of course, it is a double elim playoff as well. So actually, those matches might be a little bit different, because sometimes double elim, you go like 1v7, 2v8 because of potential for rematches. I don't know. It can get confusing. Either way, we're going to have a lot of fun next weekend when we come back and we see this series off to its conclusion. As it stands right now, thank you all so much for tuning in and watching along and putting up with our, podcast moments, our randomness, and, well, also watching some pretty amazing Trackmania stuff. We had so many dramatic endings. Critty, you picked the top 2. Before we sign off, I want to hear who you think is actually winning it between those 2. Who takes it, Wumbo or Gravity?
I'm looking at the moment of what they have actually gone up against, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I'm gonna be really honest. It depends who shows up on the actual day. You have Epos Emilio. Epos did say in chat that he has had like 2 hours of practice, but then he just white arrives anyway. So I feel like at this point, it's just gonna... I'm going to say that I'm going to put it on Wumbo. I have more faith in Epos and Melio than I have Jan and Marsley, but they are so equal in that regard, and it can still go so much in everybody's way.
Yeah, I think it is going to be an exciting one. Also, a quick shout out and a quick thank you to all the teams who participated. A big shout out, big shout out to SRK for putting this together and finding a way to run this with everything crashing. Look, I'm not a tech guy. I didn't understand what was broken, what the fix was, but they figured it out, allowed us to have the event today. We all know how important SRK is to the community, so a big thank you to them. And to Kachen as well for being our producer. holding our hands through this, telling us which series to go to, where, jumping in super quick so we can watch as many matches as possible. And yeah, Critty, thank you for carrying me through this, because you know what it's like with me. I get lost easy. All right, I get scared and confused, and it was a spooky day.
I mean, it has been a long day, but we've gotten through it. We've seen some heartbreaks. We've seen anything you want from a Trackmania tournament, and that is what we love to see. Hopefully everybody enjoyed watching it as well, and I'm sure people will, some of the teams maybe will look back a bit as well from the VOS perspective as well for some of the matches. Maybe take a bit of a hint then and there if they really want to take it a bit more serious as well. But that is that then for there. Well, I'll just give you the baton. To close us out. I had a blast, and I hope the playoff will be equally, if not even more exciting to come.
I think it will be. I think it will be well worth destroying a sleep schedule for. Good night, everybody. I want to go to bed.
Bye-bye, everybody.